Hey, there we go. Hello. I just missed the boot loop. The whole logo boot looped. Matt, we can cry together as Spectrum users. It really do be like that. Did you have outage this morning as well? My internet was out. Basically from the moment I woke up until a couple hours ago, and yeah, and I had to get some stuff sorted out, and that brings us to about now. Spectrum, no. Yeah, exactly. Extremely, unbelievably, ridiculously common Spectrum L. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. You know, it was really no other option in this area. It wasn't by choice that I landed on the Spectrum. So here we are. Oh! Those overlays all failed because I, as always, haven't started this. Here we go. Not in your area, just mine. Big sad. Here, I'll re-redeem them for you, so you don't waste your money. Wow, you really did all of them, I think. Okay. So, today, we have a really boring work stream, I have to say. Nothing exciting is going to be happening today. If you're like, oh, Matt KC, he usually does something exciting, then not today. Not today. I don't know if anyone actually thinks that, they probably don't. But I have a little bit of work to get done. Some of it is decomp related, some of it is just related to the whole .NET stuff I was working on before, and I figure I'm gonna do it. I figure the way I should split up my workflow is if I'm doing like tech projects, I should do them on stream, and then when I'm off stream I should be working on the stuff like writing scripts and editing stuff that requires a lot more of my concentration and requires a lot, like I wouldn't be able to talk to chat while I was doing those things. Evening, Matt. Thanks for being here to keep me amused while I stuck writing PHP. Oof, my condolences. You know, actually, PHP is... a lot of people give it a lot of flack. I don't think it's that bad, but it is... There are some issues with it. I mean, you can tell... What is the Wikipedia article says something like, you know, for the first couple versions, there was no, like, standard or anything. It was just, like, some guy... or a couple people doing whatever. Yeah, in fact, until 2014, it evolved without a written formal specification or standard, which means that there's a lot of inconsistent, goofy stuff in PHP. And they're trying to fix it up, though. Thank God I'm done with school. Oof. Yeah, I'm glad to not be in school anymore. I love not being in school. Didn't know you were on the Spectrum. I am. Not by choice. Sometimes, you know, you're just born this way. You're just born living in an area where you have to be on the Spectrum. Okay. Yes. Yes, indeed. Got 4 years left of it. Ew. I'm kidding. I remember I was in 8th grade and I was like... I said to my dad, Dad, can I just, like, leave school? Because I think, in theory, legally, like, if I did certain things, I could have done an alternative to school that wasn't school. And I was just like, you know, I don't need to go to school. I want to be a YouTuber, obviously. Therefore, school has no purpose for me. And I think I said to my dad, at 14 years old, I was like, Dad, can I drop out of school? And he was like, I don't think you should do that. And I thought about it and I was like, damn, he's probably right, but I hate school. Fuck school. Oh yeah, PS2. Yep, just the unlucky last couple of models. Yeah, they patched out FMCB, which I guess is the same as the Xbox 360. The last unlucky couple of models, they patched out the reset glitch hack. They even tried to do that with the OG Xbox. They tried to patch out some stuff, but they didn't really succeed. They patched out the T-SOP flashing by turning the BIOS into a ROM chip, because they were like, well, we don't need to upgrade this anymore, so we'll just make it read-only memory so it's not as easy for motherfuckers to flash the memory, flash the BIOS. And then they, so instead of that, you have to install a mod chip to achieve the same thing. And they even tried to make mod chipping harder. They like cut some of the lines on the board to make it so it wasn't as drop in. But you know, it turns out you can just rewire those things if you want to, and that a mod chip is not so bad. It's not so expensive, and it didn't. None of that fixed the fact that the software had been flawed from the beginning. So they can all still be soft modded. But yeah, I guess it's a common pattern of the last couple of models being unmoddable of a console. I think if there are any others. No, all PS3s can be modded. All PS1s can be mod chipped the same way. I think all Wiis can be modded. There's like an argument that the Wii Mini couldn't be modded in the traditional ways that a regular Wii can. I know that's changed now. The reason why it couldn't was because the Wii Mini, they removed like all the stuff, all the vectors that you would mod a Wii through, like the SD card, the USB. Yeah, so it wasn't necessarily that they secured it, they just removed the stuff that people use to mod it. But then, I think more recently, someone found an exploit for the Bluetooth controller, which it does have, because it's still got Wi-Fi and it needs Bluetooth for the Wiimotes. So they found an exploit for the Bluetooth and managed to mod even the Wii Mini. So yeah. What do I think of Lua? I don't. I've never written it in my life. The Wii Mini was a strange device. Hang on, let's take a look at that real quick. I'm gonna bring this up. Alright. Here we go. Yeah, I don't exactly know. I think they did explain. I think Nintendo did have a marketing statement for why the Wii Mini existed. What was it? Wii Mini. I want like a whole section on the Wii Mini. Here we go. Smaller redesigned Wii with a top-loading disk drive, which my guess is that's just cheaper. Like, all consoles, as they've become slim and cheaper, eventually kind of switched to a flip one, except for the 360. But like the PS2 did and the PS3 did. So not all, but some. Removes... Oh, it does remove Wi-Fi and online. I said it had Wi-Fi. I was wrong. It has no Wi-Fi, but it still needs Bluetooth specifically for the Wiimotes. And that's the only reason it needs Bluetooth, and that was the way that people got into it. Wii was a Wii Mini. My condolences. I don't know, this feels like it's kind of a crippled Wii. That being said, I almost owned a Game Boy Advance Micro, so you know I wouldn't. If that had gone through, I would have been in roughly the same spot. Yeah, removes SD card, removes 480p component video. They stripped these features to bring down the price of the console further, as to make it an option for those consumers that had not yet gotten a Wii, or for those who wanted a second Wii in a different location. No. For people who want a cheap Wii, what they need to do is, firstly, fly to Japan. Then, go to a number of different stores until you find a junk Wii that's 100 yen. Then, they need to learn how to solder surface mount components. Then, they need to track down which of those components is broken. Then, they need to accidentally rip off the pads of that component. And then, clutch it in the end and manage to solder it into adjacent pads nearby. That's how you get a cheap Wii. You don't pick up one of these. What the hell are you doing? and eat the capacitor. That's, yeah, I mean, I didn't have that in the video, but like that obviously is what I did afterwards. And get Ethernet through the USB ports. Does it actually have USB on it? I'm surprised they didn't cut it out. Wii Mini ports. Oh, it's got one. I think. I assume that's a USB port. Looks kind of wide, but maybe that's just the image. This story sounds really familiar. I wonder if I can watch it on Matt KC as a 10-minute anecdote. It actually might be 20 minutes, but yeah. Oh wow, someone made a light wood skin. Just so if you, so it matches with your wood grain CRT TV. Very nice. I still think, I brought this up in an earlier stream, I still think, actually I probably still have it in the history. I still think it would be cool to have one of these. Yeah, like a, I like the smoky, translucent-ish one. That would be fun to install the Wii into. And I hear someone in chat said, because I wondered if like maybe the plastic is not very good quality because it's from AliExpress, but someone in chat said they had one of these and it was actually pretty good. So yeah. I had a transparent shell on my Wii. What happened? Had implies something happened. Yeah, I've thought about picking up one of these just for fun and installing it. Died. I died. Was it actually only in Canada? Later released in Europe. Oh, and it did get to the US eventually. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, what a... I wouldn't recommend anyone pick one up, but... or, in fact, this one, the 101. This is the one where they slightly modified the case and removed GameCube backwards compatibility. Very cringe. See, wow, someone actually posed this photo to upload to Wikipedia. That's kind of fun. I feel like I think the Wii was so popular early on that these models aren't super common. I don't think you run into the... I think most of the Wiis you run into are the earlier, better models anyway, so you kind of... It's a harder to make accident to get one of these. In the CS188 YTP, why did you hijack those planes? Oh, you know me, always doing things like that. I feel like I'm answering the question of like when your girlfriend's like, why did you cheat on me in my dream last night? It's like, I don't know. I guess that's just how I am. Yeah. If you're lucky, the earlier Model Wiis can be modified for DVD playback. Oh, that's fun. I guess that makes sense, because, like, they're DVD drives, and you just... As long as they accept the DVD video, you can get software to do the decoding. I remember I was so upset when we got our Wii in, like, 2010, I want to say, and I didn't know anything about Wii modding. I just knew that I wanted to mod the Wii, and that it had that new drive. New drive. Of course, I think most of them have this new drive, because that was most of the ones. Yeah, D something. This might have been it. B4. I don't know if that was necessarily it. That doesn't seem familiar. It might have been, but it was a D something. Drive where they broke DVD-R compatibility. Essentially, yeah, the early DVD drives, they could take burned DVDs, but then the later ones, it meant you couldn't use any burned DVDs at all. They kind of locked them all out. Pretty sure most Wiis don't have the correct laser in the drive to properly read real DVDs. Interesting. I'm still trying to find... Oh, disk drive compatibility. List of Wii disk drives. Like, I want to see... Here we go. This will probably have something. Or not. Well, anyway, my point is, yeah, at some point, I think my model, the one we got in 2010 was like an early version of, like one of the first models to not take DVD drives at all. D4 was the latest one. Yeah, I didn't have the latest one. This was like somewhere in the middle of its run. I don't... It could have been. Could be D4 and I'm just not remembering properly. Had a day one Wii, had it drive chipped the best implementation of Boot Me, fully kitted out. And then my mum bought it for £50. Oof! Disgusting. I hope you never forgive her for that. Yeah. Unfortunate. If it was a black Wii, that's most likely D3. Mine wasn't black. I feel like I just want to know what first Wii to not support DVD-Rs. I feel like this is probably not important at all. It's just now I'm just I'm curious. Oh, here we go. WiiDrives.com. Ah, shit. I guess it would have been Australia. I guess there are a lot of these drives. Like how they got shop like cash converters. That's just like that's essentially a pawn shop in Australia. I feel like that does that really affect the drive model you get if you bought it from cash converters? I feel like it was a D2 of some kind, but maybe I'm wrong. D2B maybe? But it doesn't tell me like which... Anyway. Caches! Yeah. That's the one. Oh, here we go. Yeah, like I said, I don't think this matters at all. I was just curious, like... I remember I was so annoyed that it wouldn't accept burned DVDs. But then I guess it didn't matter at all, because it didn't take long until, you know, like... Well, I'm sure they were probably already out. It didn't take long until I realized that I could just play the games off the hard drive. But at first I was just like, damn it. Interesting. Yeah, we don't have this Wii anymore either. We sold that off, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, before I got back into console collecting, and now I have too many Wiis. Yeah. Anyway. GC D32 or D34 cannot play DVD. Interesting. Burned DVDs. Again, I should stop looking. I should stop. Because it doesn't matter. I'm just like, why can't I remember what it was? Yeah, but I'm sure you guys are probably right. The best secondhand shop for tech is CEX. Yeah, we got CEXs eventually in Australia. Though I don't think we had them when I was younger. I think they eventually came over. Anyway. Okay, yeah. Like I said, I'm not looking anymore. I'm not. That's enough. Okay. So, today, what are we doing? Well, today is gonna be a boring work stream. If you guys are like, oh hell yeah, he's gonna play Shrek and torture himself, the answer is no, not today. Instead, we are looking at a couple things. Because, as I said earlier in the stream, my goal is to kind of split up my workflow, like when I'm doing... Well, okay, let me rewind a little bit more. In the last stream, I mentioned that it's difficult for me to kind of balance, like, well, how much time should I be spending on a project versus how much time should I be spending on making videos, because, you know, my job is kind of doing projects and making videos about them, but it's, yeah, how long is too long on the project, and how long is, like, how short is too short on the project to the point where it's not even interesting anymore. So the way I'm kind of trying to solve that is, I think I'll do the projects, I'll try to do as much of those as possible on stream, so that if I want to do something kind of big, it's not like I'm off stream, not like I just disappear for like 6 months at a time. Yeah, because the thing is, I don't even know how long a lot of these projects are going to take. Like, I can think, oh, that's a cool idea, I think it's going to take this much time, but, you know, if I'm like a month into it and I'm like, oh, this project is taking too long, well, it's like, well, I'm already a month into it, I haven't started another project, so what, do I shelve that one and start another project? Well, that one takes another month. So that's the thing, there's a lot of, when your whole shtick is doing projects, it's hard to be predictable content-wise, or to have a predictable schedule, I should say. So that's why I'm kind of like, well, maybe what I'll do is for the projects, I'll try and do those live as much as possible. And when I'm off stream, that's when I work on the stuff that I can't really do live, like writing scripts or editing videos, stuff that doesn't really, that I can't really talk to chat and do at the same time, essentially. Shrekathon 2, the Squeakle isn't until at least like next year. Well, I did want to fit in a couple more Shrektober things before Shrektober is over. But, yo, thanks for the Prime sub, Mr. E001. Thanks for 5 months. Thanks for those Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of what my plan to split things up. Yeah, so that's how I can work on stuff where I don't know how long it's going to take or how much effort is going to be involved, but without disappearing for months at a time. So I can still appear, we can still interact and stuff like that. So, the Spectrum user, that's me now. I'm Spectrum guy. I'm not even Lego Island guy anymore. Hard Off is good. I've had so many offers from friends to like go to Japan again. They've all, because we're post-COVID now, more or less, and people are trying to make travel plans again. So I've had like at least 4 friends individually reach out to me and be like, "Hey, we should go to Japan," and I'm just like, I mean, yeah. So yeah, maybe me and Hard Off will be reunited relatively soon. Like, come on .net today. I already did, I'll be honest with you. I think that process is done. So, we've talked about, and I made a public post on Patreon today. In fact, I might even tweet about it real quick, just for people who aren't on my Patreon. I posted it publicly, so you don't have to give me money to read it. But essentially, I wrote an update of just a small little blog post to let people know what I'd done recently, which is I backported .NET to Windows 95. Always fun. And I've kind of become a little bit emboldened in backporting stuff in the future. Like, I'd love to do, we talked about this in an earlier stream, I feel like it's probably going to be a lot of effort, but it would be fun to like backport something like Chromium to Windows 95. I don't know if maybe it's too ambitious going all the way back to Windows 95. I mean, we could almost certainly go back to XP. But yeah, so I posted, if you go on to, so you head on over to patreon.com/MattKC, you can read my post about backporting .NET to Windows 95. It doesn't go into a lot of detail because that's what the video is going to be for, but it does kind of talk about, you know, what it is and why I did it. But I haven't like actually posted this anywhere for people to try out, so I might do that. My plan is to do a little bit of that today, to just Because then at least once it's out there, people can kind of play around with it. I know that it's not done yet. I know that it makes some system calls to things that don't exist on Windows 95, stuff that I'm still going to have to patch, but I haven't found them yet. So there's going to be a little bit of that, and I feel like the easiest way to do it is just to let people do it, let people get their hands on it, and then they can start testing things and letting me know what they run into. I've not worked with Kernel X. Kernel X is probably would have helped here if it existed for Windows 95. It's a common misnomer, but Kernel X is only for 98 and up. Yeah, only for 98 and ME. There is no Kernel X, and as far as I know, no equivalent for Windows 95. So I did have to do Kernel X-like things, like I was, implementing kernel 32 functions in order to get .NET to run, but it is not. I wouldn't say my project is a kernel X. I mean, you could probably spin off a kernel X from it, from kind of the work that I did, because like I said, it was implementing some kernel X stuff, but it is not actually. It's not complete enough to be equivalent to a kernel X. Is Spectrum really as bad as people make it out to be? Here I live in Canada, we don't have Spectrum. Look, for the most part, it's been fine. It's just I just didn't have internet all morning, and that's kind of like sad. But I mean, they in theory, I get decent speed internet. If you can get Chromium working on 98 and XP with SSE 1 CPUs, that'd be great. Hey, maybe one of these days. And the thing is, if you port back Chromium, then you port back every Electron app in theory. Well, not every Electron app, but like a lot of them. Not stuff that uses a bunch of native libraries. Like you probably can't do a bunch of Discord screen sharing on Windows 95 without more effort. Yo, Nothos927, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your. Damn it! I keep saying this, and I'm gonna fix the sticky gold star that the default subscriber badge. Well, enjoy your Twitch sticky gold star and your Matt KC emotes. All right. So yeah, I've this project works for the most part, but I just haven't got it in a convenient form that other people can download it in. It could be the next MyPal guy. I mean, MyPal is still a project. Still works as far as I know. This is a backport of Firefox to Windows XP, which is certainly a worthwhile cause. Why is this so slow? It's just GitHub. Yeah. So yeah, I could do something like this for Chromium, I'm sure. Well, when I say I'm sure, it's because I always say this. I don't like to say anything is impossible, because code is code. You can kind of, as long as you have the code, you can kind of do whatever you want with it. It's more about just how much time do you want to spend on it? How much of your life do you want to invest in doing something? So when I say I'm sure I could do that, I mean, it might take a long time, but it's probably doable. There's a Firefox or ESR. It's Firefox 68, whatever that is. Doesn't say ESR. The old programmer adage that we do these things not because they're easy, but because we thought it'd be easy. I've had a lot of those moments, actually, I'll be honest with you. So yeah, what I want to do with this is, there are a couple of components to my .NET backport. I recreated the installer, because the original installer does not run on 95, and then I had to patch, then I had to install some wrappers around kernel 32 and stuff like that, and then I had to install some patches to .NET to use my wrappers instead of the original DLLs. So there's kind of 3 components to this, and I'd like to find a neat way to do all 3 of them. Obviously, the installer is relatively easy because that's just that's some sys stuff. This thing. which I mainly used because it still supports Windows 95. But as for like patching the files, I want this to happen in a way that's reproducible. Like it's one thing for me to just upload like patched files to GitHub or whatever, but I want to be able to trace back what I did or what it's doing, and so that in the future if we need to ever come back to this, we know exactly what we need to do. ESR was 45. I thought there was a 52 ESR. Yeah, there's a 52 ESR. I don't know if that works on... Oh, this is the last release Sport XP. So my PAL is based on something slightly newer. And still exists. It does still exist. I think people still use it. Because it's open source. Does it really have a Mac version? I've never seen this on the Mac. Weird. I've never seen anyone deploy an NSys installer on the Mac. And I can't even see I can't find any screenshots for it either. It's saying it supports the Mac, but like, huh? Does it? Yeah, it says Mac OS 10 here. Really? I swear I've never seen one of these. Anyway, so yeah, I recreated the installer in this just because it's old enough to work on Windows 95. But yeah, I'm gonna need to find basically like on-the-fly methods of patching the DLLs, and my own wrappers I think are fine. They're just regular like C++ things. So got an update as recently July 2023. Yeah, legitimately I think people still use it. I think in open source it's used a lot because it is open source. Like in the greater scheme of Windows, maybe there are other things that have surpassed it, but I think this is still pretty commonly used in open source. Installing shady software. Oh, what do people use nowadays if it's not this? I haven't made an installer apart from this in a very long time. In fact, when I used to make installers, I used to use Setup Factory 5, and the year was 2001. And what do these look like? Setup Factory 5. They had like the blue and black background and stuff. Damn, I don't even know if I could find a screenshot. It's so old. Like the version I'm talking about, number 5, I think is literally like 2000 era software. Other things don't really have installers now. On Windows? I feel like everything still needs an installer on Windows. At least some kind of installer. Or it's custom and dumped to local app data because fuck you. Yeah, maybe. Inno setup. Oh yeah, there is Inno. But that's not open source. That's, or is it? There's a plane going by. Not that your, like, install stuff needs to be open source. Oh wait, it is open source. Okay, nice. Somehow I remember I read something that said it was proprietary, but no, okay, never mind. In that case, yeah, maybe people use this instead. I wonder if there's an old enough version that would build onto Windows 95. I assume it doesn't today. I assume that's not a priority. Most things are using custom installers. Yeah, I mean, I guess Electron stuff probably uses custom installers. Is it custom though, or is it just a different framework? Are they all using custom stuff, or are they all just using something else? Isn't Setup Factory something to do with MMF Game Factory? Waste a lot of time with totally legitimate acquired versions back in the 2000s. I have no idea. I would have gotten this off a magazine CD, because that's where we got all of our software from back in the day. It was like, the internet was too slow, so you'd buy a magazine, a computing magazine, and it would come with a CD, and it have a bunch of either free or trial software on it. That's how I got a lot of stuff back in the day. Windows doesn't need installers, and that's from... Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, but it seems, I guess... yeah, I guess a lot of stuff just self-installs somehow. Okay. So essentially, so the setup bit I think is fine. The wrappers I think are all right. The only things that are kind of iffy right now is that I when I was patching the DLLs, the .NET DLLs to use my DLL. So basically, let me try and communicate the architecture of this. Get this shit out of here. So something from .NET, like MS Core Works, would communicate to something in kernel 32. One of the most common functions it would try to access was interlocked compare exchange, which is actually relatively easy to implement, but I don't know what it does, but I just stole the implementation from Wine. But yo, is Wets, thank you so much for the 2 months. I really appreciate that. I feel like I saw a sub note from you recently, but maybe you gifted a sub. Hell yeah, really appreciate that. That was weird. I felt like I heard the TTS, but I didn't hear the notify sound. That was interesting. That's how I first tried Linux, Coral Linux, specifically free CD on a magazine. Hosed my dad's Windows install by accident. Oof! Let me think. What did I get? I used to, the first programming I ever did was on Delphi 4, which I do definitely have installed on a VM somewhere. This thing, ooh, absolute memories. This was definitely off a magazine CD, and it was one of the greatest things. This was like basically my introduction to computing. Was just knowing how to.
Some more those pesos for you. Enjoy.
Yo, thanks so much for the sub for the 4 months. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the Prime sub. Hell yeah. How's the Shrek PS2 doing? It's actually all good. In the last stream, and we'll be spinning this off into a video hopefully pretty soon, but basically the 2 PS2s that I started out with, that neither of them worked, they both work now. At least I haven't tried either of their disk drives, but I have tried that they power on and you can like use FMCD and stuff like that. Yo!
Here's roughly to x10 circumflex x and hyphen 11 of Bezos net worth.
Yo, so gay King Usopp, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's true. You must, if you have Amazon Prime, it is a moral good to make sure that those $2.50 do not go to Jeff Bezos and instead go to your friendly neighborhood Twitch streamer. It's a moral imperative, in fact. But yeah, I had so much fun. This was like one of my childhood video games. I feel like was just opening this up and just putting buttons and stuff and like making them do things. It was like, I feel like you can tell when someone is like a bit of a nerd when they're like, wow, I can make Windows buttons and I can make them do things, and like that's what's really exciting. So yeah, that was me growing up. This was, probably this was, I think, as for something that I never talk about. This was like as formative for me as like Lego Island was. Like it's exactly the same era and like exactly the same time. What a sad childhood. Hey, shut up. Why would you say that to me? All right. Let's no more of that, okay? Stop making me feel bad about my child. Anyway, Office Publisher on XP. Oh yeah, I did the same. I felt the same way with PowerPoint. Like PowerPoint, you could do a surprising amount of stuff. Like, okay, let's say PowerPoint XP. You could do a surprising amount of stuff. Like you could make buttons do things. You can make animations do things. Like I used to make games in PowerPoint. And none of them were very good. And I remember, I think that's kind of how I got into Delphi, was I made these games in PowerPoint. And I think I said to my dad, like, hey, these are cool and all, but how do you make them look real? Like a real Windows app? And he was just like, oh God, now he's asking about programming. And so he installed like, I think that's when he installed like Delphi off one of these magazine CDs and was like, well, here you go. Because he wasn't a programmer. He knew he knew a little bit because his work, like they made in-house software, so he knew like bits and pieces, but he was not a programmer. So he like installed it, and I would be like, how do you do this? And he's just like, I'm not sure. And I'd be like, damn it. I didn't know how to Google my problems yet. In fact, there might not have even been much Delphi online documentation back then. Anyway, that's just me reminiscing. That's we don't have to do any more of that. Hang on, I get my Discord notification out. Almost forgot. And I don't have to. I'll get rid of the Spectrum thingamabob, because we're done talking about Spectrum. Alright, cool, good to go. My company still uses Delphi because we contract to government agencies that still use old AF systems. Damn, yeah, Delphi I think is still a thing. Now it's not owned, it's owned by a different company now, but it is obviously a town in Greece, but I think it's owned by Embarcadero. Yeah, so I guess someone still writes in it. Doesn't look the same anymore, which is the only thing I care about. All right, anyway. So what was I saying? Yes. So I think the thing that's the dodgiest at the moment is that basically the .NET DLLs will call something in kernel 32, something like interlocked compare exchange. And that doesn't exist in Windows 95, so what I do is I hex edit these DLLs to point to my DLL. Actually, I don't know if you can, that's valid. That's fine. My DLL, where I do implement that, but I believe the only way to do this is to wrap all of the functions that this calls in here. I think because we can't like relink these DLLs, I think we have to. So that's kind of what I did, was I built these wrappers around all of these functions, and yeah, so that's the only bit that's like a bit dodgy right now, is that I did all that manually, and I feel like we need to have an automated way of doing those patches so that people can come in later, and so that I'm not just uploading patch DLLs. People can actually reproduce this if they need to. Yo!
Bezos bucks.
Thanks for the Bezos bucks. The 3 months! Hell yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, so for anyone new who's coming in, we're talking about this .NET backport that I did. If you want to read about, if you want to like just a small introduction about it, I wrote about it on my Patreon. Don't worry, it's a public post. You don't have to pay to read it. It's basically just a blog post, just talking about like what I did and why. Basically, it's kind of like porting an entire programming language to Windows 95 in the form of like C# and like Visual Basic.NET, those sorts of things. And in theory, it makes it easier to both write apps for Windows 95, and in theory, it brings a bunch of .NET 2.0 apps along with it to Windows 95. And my goal is, it's like, I'm gonna say it's probably about 70 to 80% done. And my hope is that is to get this published on GitHub by the end of tonight. And it's, like I said, it's not fully done yet. There are still some patches that I need to do. Firstly, I need to clean up my own local folders, because this is like, I was working on this for a week and a half, and there's just like shit everywhere. I haven't like organized my repository properly. And so I want to be able to firstly organize my repo, and secondly I want to I want to get this published so it's people can start playing around with it, because there are definitely still some things in .NET that I still need to patch, but I think it's going to be easier if like other people can test it and try things, and they can like let me know. They can post issues if there's still something that's not patched and stuff like that. Hunga Bunga 69420 69420. Thank you so much for gifting a sub. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah. This is my first time watching on Twitch. I'm a Patreon and YouTube subscriber. Hell yeah, welcome to the stream. So this is gonna be like pretty not necessarily boring in the sense that I think you guys tell me that you like when I do coding streams, but it's not going to be like, I'm not necessarily going to be like entertaining the whole time. I'm gonna be like trying to get some stuff done. Essentially, yeah, just kind of putting together a decent repository on my GitHub page. So I have some questions that I need to kind of work out, which is, so there are 3 components to my .NET reproduction. There's the installer, which I had to recreate because the original installer doesn't run on 95. There's the wrapper DLLs that I wrote to implement kernel stuff that's not in Windows 95. And there's the patched .NET that really only needs to be patched. Oh, it just needs to be patched so that either it points to my wrapper DLLs or it points to like I can stub out functions that don't actually do anything on Windows 95. Yeah, that's basically the 3 components. Now I think this is fairly simple. I wrote it in NSYS because it's old enough to be to officially support Windows 95. As far as wrapper DLLs, these are fairly easy. They're built with CMake and well, I built them with MSVC 420, which is a really old version of Visual C++ that we use on the Lego Island decomp. And so that using that kind of guarantees that Windows 95 support to a certain extent at least. So yeah, that's how I'll be building it, but I guess other people might build it differently. That's up to them. That'll be the recommended way of building it, essentially. 420. True. I mean, technically it's 4.2, but that's it. It's always written 420 in like the stuff, so that's how I refer to it. Weed number. True. All right. I love coding streams. I'm currently trying to learn to code. I only know basic things around. Well, hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you enjoy coding streams, that's basically what this is going to be. In fact, it might even be good to swap into the software and game development category. Because, yeah, I'm not going to be... No, it will not be traditional entertainment or anything like that. I will be coding. So, if you enjoy coding, stick around. If you don't, then I guess watch someone else. Yo, thanks for the 100 bits.
Tier 100 patron and first time stream watcher. Wanted to thank you for helping me ignore my chemo symptoms.
Aw.
Appreciate you, mate. 3.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for watching, thanks for enjoying, and thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. And hey, good luck with your chemo. I have some friends who are going through chemo right now, and I know that's really rough. So, best of luck. I'm glad I can provide a little bit of help. Yeah, it's Arch. I mean, obviously the real work happens on Windows. Well, I mean, the work happens on Arch, but all the testing obviously happens on Windows 95. So patched.net, I think the way to do this. So the thing about the patched.net is that like I can upload just patched DLLs to GitHub and like. That's fine, but I'd rather it be a procedure that like is reproducible. I'd rather people know what I had to patch or what it patches so that, you know, if people need to know how to change it later, if I forget in a couple years time or something like that, we can kind of come back to it and understand what's happening. So I want to have, now, whether this happens at like runtime or when it creates the installer, that's a whole other thing. So some kind of patching, maybe like there are patching tools out there, like binary patching tools. Anything that's command line would be fine. Yeah, random DLL is kind of sketchy. Yeah, I agree. I even wonder if because the installer, I recreated the installer from. Because the original .NET installer doesn't work on Windows 95, so I remade it myself. And I almost wonder if we should build into the build system, like, extracting the files from the original .NET installer just so it's, like, as trustworthy as possible. Maybe extract from original installer as build step. Yo! Wait, was this a donation? This is a donation.
Yo Matt, hope you're doing well. I'm glad I checked my phone to see you're streaming since I'm in your home country of Australia and still asleep when you stream 6 a.m. ET. Also I see you're using Linux. Good choice.
Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I know. It's really tough to cover like all time zones. I've thought about this before. It's like I don't think there's ever a good time where like because English speakers are like all over the world. There's the North America time zone, there's the Europe time zone, and then there's the Asia Pacific time zone, which is Australia and New Zealand. And there's no one time I don't think that overlaps all three. You can only pick two. And so I've started trying to stream like longer so that it's more likely to cover, like at least partially cover both all three time zones. But like there's no, as far as I know, there's no good. You might get like half an hour or an hour of overlap where like one time zone is going to sleep, it's in the middle of the day for another time zone it's in the morning. But yeah, to try and comfortably get all three, I don't think you can actually do it. Run a post-install script that you can run something to apply a delta. Yeah, I'm thinking something like that, but it might even be better to do it as a build step so you don't even have to, because like we'd have to find a way to run that patcher on Windows 95. So it might even be better to do the patching as a build step, and then the installer just installs the files in place. At either build or run or install time, I'll say. There's no runtime patching, there's no DLL injection or anything like that. Yeah. Installs, yeah. Whatever versions of .NET 2.0. As far as I know, there's only one version of .NET 2.0. I mean, I'm not saying like, when I say trustworthy, I mean like more trustworthy. I mean like you don't have to put as much trust in me. We don't do any on-the-fly patching as far as like at runtime. We only do like, it's only about the people building it, whether they would build it themselves or whether they would patch it as part of the build step, or they patch it separately. Yeah, anyway. I recommend just patching binaries and distributing those. Also, .NET had a couple service packs. Well, we don't cover any of the service packs because I think all the service packs dropped support for 98. So we only use the original, I don't know what compact framework is.
Hey Matt, just wanted to say thank you for everything you do, and for just generally being awesome.
Hey, thanks.
That's the great work.
Hey, that's really nice. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. Alright, here we go. So... this isn't anything that I was talking about. That's the other problem, is it's really hard to find like concrete information about .NET versions this old. I think SP1 and SP2 dropped support for 98, so we don't really... My plan is not to target those, at least not right now. Is Softpedia legit? I think so. I mean, it looks a little iffy, but whenever I've downloaded stuff, as long as you... I think it's one of those sites where they try to get you to download a downloader. Actually, I don't know if that's Softpedia, but there are sites like that where it's like, here's the real thing, like in the corner, but here's a big button that says download our installer. Like, yeah, so it might be one of those, but I think they do actually host real stuff. Usually tries to get you a fake download. Yeah, I think there are a couple of them like that where, you know, if you know what to press, you'll get the right thing. But yeah. Okay, so Delta Patcher. Yeah. Is there what's the best like command line patcher we can use? Something that's relatively like Well, I guess that's the question, because I'm trying to think if it's a build step. Oh, no, I guess it has to all be on Windows anyway, because we're running make nsys. I don't think you can run... there's no Linux version of this, so it has to be... It's all going to be Windows anyway, so we could just package some Delta patcher on Windows. The way you're going to patch them basically won't work with binary patches. Yeah, that's a good point. The .NET ones I don't patch through binary. I patch those through like through editing them with like dnspy. Digital signatures. I was able to. Does dnspy recreate those digital signatures? Use the Unix patch binary. I guess yeah, there is that. Because I was able to like replace the .NET DLLs. I didn't have to like re-sign them. But if dnspy does that, then that's useful. In which case, yeah, maybe those would need to be just packaged in there, and those couldn't be patched on the fly. Unless there's like a command line way of doing those edits. I don't know. Let's code science in the 9x days. I don't... Not a big thing, but I think in .NET there was a bit of a thing. Yeah, I think that's the thing. If you were to use a Delta system for the .NET binaries, it would basically change the whole file. I think that's true. So these would make sense for the machine code DLLs, because basically all I do is just the... I don't have it anymore. Basically all I do is... Basically all I do is just point them to my DLL. So for these, I think a Delta patch probably makes sense, but I'm not... Yeah, the .NET DLLs, I'm not so sure. It causes problems when you run other strong named executors. If you run across those, they're not common anymore, but it's worth thinking about. Okay. Raw dog, whatever you wanted to the kernel. Yeah, so that's another thing, is that I've used a system that's like as unobtrusive as possible, or like non-destructive as possible, by pointing it to a separate DLL rather than... Because like what you could do is you could just be like... kernel 32 original, and just make your own kernel 32 and like wrap everything and just point back to this DLL. I assume you can do that, but I feel like that's a little bit more like you're kind of fucking with the system at that point. So I prefer the approach of having separate DLLs and then patching the stuff to use those DLLs, even though it's harder work for me, because if you did just add all the functions here, yeah, you wouldn't even need to touch these at all. So yeah, there's a argument either way. My argument of wanting to point it to a new DLL is just that you don't mess with any of their system files. Like, yeah, you just never know. You just never know if it's a good idea to torture users like kernel 32, but yeah. Exactly known for memory correction? Yeah, probably. I know a set of brothers who have strong names, Bad, Mad, and Sad. Yeah, I getcha. So yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out, yeah, all I'm trying to work out is exactly how I'm going to distribute this. Like, the installer is pretty easy, the wrapper DLLs are pretty easy, yeah, but I'm just not sure how we're gonna deploy or like distribute open source the patched .NET. That's all I'm trying to figure out right now. Yeah, the machine code DLL. So there's also two sides of the patched .NET. There's the what do you call them? I guess you'd call them unmanaged code, e.g. So this is the stuff that runs on Windows and like creates the Dynarec layer, the virtual machine that your C# app runs in. And then there's the managed code that runs in C# land that also can make system calls to stuff in like the Win32 API. So both of these need to be patched at runtime. Either that, or we do just fuck with their system and make a new kernel 32, and then we don't have to do any patching here at all, I don't think. Then we are basically making kernel X for Windows 95. What's the reason for porting .NET to 9X? If you want to read about it, hey, I'll post a link in chat. If you want to read it, I made a small, just a small introduction to what this is and why I did it. And I haven't distributed it yet. I haven't uploaded it, but yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing now, is just figuring out what the best way to get this out there is. Honest question, aside from wanting a version of Windows without using IE for its Explorer shell, is there much reason to use 95 over 98? I'm gonna say... I mean, not for me, because I prefer 98. However, I always felt like my personal example is that when I originally wrote Lego Island Rebuilder, I wrote it for .NET 2 because it was really easy to write for, and that got, that modding tool all the way down to 98 second edition, but it always felt really unsatisfying that the original game could run on Windows 95, but my modding tool stopped at 98. And I even had people mention, like, oh, I have like a retro PC that runs 95, it would be great to run Rebuilder. I'm like, I'm sorry, it doesn't. So I always, and eventually what I ended up doing was rewriting Rebuilder in MFC, which is a more era-appropriate toolkit to write Windows 95 software in. But I just felt like the problem is, well, there's no problem there in the sense that works. We have Rebuilder on 95 now, but it's definitely harder to write. It was definitely harder to write it for MFC, and it's harder to maintain. It's harder to add features, and so it was just kind of like, we were just kind of talking about like, well, what are other ways of like getting like GUI apps all the way down to Windows 95, and this was kind of one of the ways that was like, and I just thought about, well, .NET 2 is still supported in the latest Visual Studio, so it's like still an officially supported build chain to use. So it's just kind of like, well, honestly, that seems like, if it supports 98, why shouldn't it support 95 as well? So that's kind of where this all came from. Just makes Windows 95 a little bit more usable. There's a lot of words to say. You're a massive nerd. Hey, get out of here. This is cool people only, alright? No non-nerds allowed, okay? Yeah. Am I wrong about the installer being able to merge the patch into the existing DLL? Yeah, the installer would be able to do the patch. But there's kind of, like I said, there's kind of two patches we need to worry about here. So these are pretty simple, binary patches, like probably Delta patches of some kind. That's pretty easy. The issue comes up a little bit with this, when I say easy, I mean like we can probably figure something out, either at build time, installer build time, or install time. Like you can probably run it as an install step, or you can probably, like, whoever's building the installer, the patches can probably be applied then. But yeah, these are a little bit tougher because these are not binary changes anymore. These are slightly different. This is actually editing the MSIL, the intermediate language. They're making plans of what to do with the .NET port / installer. I mean, I might resurrect the .NET version of Rebuilder, but otherwise it's mostly just like so people can do stuff. It's not necessarily, this wasn't necessarily like I have a specific project in mind. It's more just, this would be, I think, a good thing to have in the world. one of my thoughts of IE integration in Explorer, I remember seeing a web page treating as if it was saying, yeah, it was very unpopular back in the day. I mean, that's kind of 90s lore because Microsoft went through a whole. There's a lot of controversy around the Microsoft Internet Explorer stuff because basically the controversy was like, well, people liked Netscape but Microsoft owned Windows, so they could package Internet Explorer with it, which even back then people thought was a inferior browser, and they could kind of shut out competition by including Internet Explorer with Windows, and this was an entire court case. Eventually, the Clinton administration, I guess, sued Microsoft over this. But yeah, I mean, we won't read fucking litigation today. It's just, as far as I'm concerned, I don't really have a dog in the fight. I mean, I don't really care. I do think Internet Explorer sucks. I think it's terrible, but I never really. I was not old enough at the time to have an opinion. So today I don't have an opinion either. I mean, I never used Netscape. I never used. I went from Internet Explorer to Firefox and being like, Internet Explorer sucks because Firefox is good. I never used Netscape though. Yeah, I know that website, the Toasty Tech one. I remember coming across that back in like 2006. Even then, it had been around for a while. Yeah, I know Firefox has the same. What would you call it? It has heritage in Netscape. Yeah, but like, I think the reason why I'm not like I don't have an opinion is because by the time I was like Lucid, all operating systems shipped with a browser. Like OS X shipped with Safari, Ubuntu shipped with Firefox, and Windows shipped with Internet Explorer. Like as far as I was concerned, it was just totally normal. So I have no like dog in the fight. I do think Internet Explorer sucks. I think it always sucked. It was always terrible. As someone who designed web pages in 2007, there was always. You could see this on so many websites. There was always the code for every browser, and then the code just for Internet Explorer. So I think Internet Explorer sucks for those reasons. I never really. I was too young to care about the including Internet Explorer with Windows stuff though. As long as cool math games works, that's all that matters. Exactly. Well, back then it would have been like Albino Black Sheep and Newgrounds and Miniclip. That's all I needed to go to. Remember ActiveX? What I remember about ActiveX is that someone figured out in Windows 95 how to like send a command that would shut down your whole computer from a website. Like you'd load up a website and through ActiveX it could shut down your computer. That's some fucked up shit. So that's the bit that I remember of ActiveX. Yeah, I remember bits and pieces. I think I was too young to like know a lot about what it was though. Okay, so where was I? Yeah, the managed code is still a bit of a question mark. That might just be, we might just have to ship those patched. And what's nice about what's kind of nice about managed code is that managed code is kind of like open source code. It's kind of open source code. As long as they didn't put it through any like ridiculous obfuscation, you can kind of work with and edit and recompile C# without any real issue. I mean, that's how we got the Sonic Runners decomp so fucking quickly. Like, if only Lego Island was that easy. Can't you just have a patch that does this all automatically? Kind of. That's kind of what we're working out. The Delta patches can probably be done automatically. The managed code is like a bit more of a question mark because, because we're not. They use like digital signatures and they use like they use different code, so that might be harder to do manually. So we might just have to ship pre-patched managed DLLs, essentially. Alright, so... Let's start by... See if I can get... I think I've... Alright, so I'm gonna load a bunch of stuff onto here real quick. First, I'm gonna go on GitHub. I'm gonna do this off stream, so if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm gonna create a repository off stream. I'm gonna create a new. I'll call it .NET 95, or should it be .NET FX 95? Because that used to be the naming. It was like .NET FX for .NET frameworks. Here, I'll run a poll. You guys can choose for me. Name my project for me! How fun. An hour, 15 minutes in, we're finally getting past the mutual ADHD-ness of chat and that. Well, I have to say, I enjoy looking random stuff up on the internet with friends. So, you know, I don't see a problem with that. But yeah, it certainly does, like, delay things. Like, it certainly can be slower to get things done that way. Jesus. Projecty McProject Face. Now that's a good name. Epic name. No way. It was like... Oh, okay, no, I misread it. Alright, .NET 95 it is. You can use points in the vote to vote in the poll 220 times. For this poll, I don't know if that's really a problem, because like, I guess people who watch me more get more sway in the decision. But for some things, I can certainly see how that's not ideal. Capitalism working as intended. True. I was AFK. We should redo. No. For democracy to work, we have to do it like we have to take the vote as it comes. Okay. No take backsies, you know? If democracy worked that way, we probably wouldn't have had Brexit, okay? Alright, everyone go and star this repository. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to star it. I'm just saying that's where I'm gonna start putting stuff. So I think, to begin with, here's a question. Should I just package like the .NET install files in the repository, or should I have them extracted? Should I have the user extract them from the real one? I mean, I don't think it really matters. It's more just like... Do you think people would feel better about extracting the files themselves, or do you think people would feel like unfussed if all the .NET files were just in the repository? Oh, you can't start until it has files. Oh, cringe. I guess I'll make a readme. .NET Framework 2.0 for Windows 95. This project backports .NET Framework 2.0 to Windows 95. I probably should also include NT4 in this. I mean, it might in fact work out of the box as is. NT4, what I've done on NT4. That's probably worth doing. Who opened the issue? There's an issue on there. First issue. Thanks for that. Alright.
Hey Matt, legit this repo will help with so many dumb projects of mine.
Hey.
Learning software data's hard and doing some porting project of an app and learning .NET more in the process will be sick. So again, thanks cheer
Hey.
103.
103. Thanks for the 103 bits. Thank you so much. Hey, that's kind of what I hoped would come out of this. Was it like that? It wouldn't just be good for me. That people might actually be able to use this for their own stuff. So yeah, I'm really glad to. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, I've added a README, which means I can close this issue because it says there is nothing here, but now there is something here, so I can close that issue. Hang on, I'll also say this has been resolved. Thanks. Okay, there's now a README, so it should be all good now. Now, I guess I'll, Yo!
Matt Keep.
Teriyaki Jelky. Thank you so much for the thanks so much for the sub for the 2 months. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. 5 stars and only a README. I'm so proud of this community. Okay, so alright, let's start putting stuff on here. And a fork! Someone forked it already, bruh. And the fork just adds all the stuff. Okay. Yeah, so alright. Oh, sorry. I got distracted. Real quick, just get some shit. Here we go. This is how you program as a YouTuber. You make the repo, then just sit back. My community will carry the project for me. Excellent. Okay. So, let's go through my fucking absolute goddamn mess of files over here. So, it's in this folder called MS Core 95, and there's basically... This is what I mean when I say cleaning up my mess, because like in the roughly 10 or so days that I was working on this, there's just fucking files everywhere, and it's so... Yeah, it just needs to be cleaned up. Just need to clean this shit up, alright? So... I already added the installs and code. I've done this back in 2000. I never thought someone would need it. Well, hell yeah. Well done. Is Rebuilder.exe the Lego Island? Of course it is. That's what I was testing with, the .NET version of Rebuilder. I see an old folder. Yep, there's an old folder. Yeah, like I said, there's so much garbage in here. We need to organize this properly. In fact, go grab GitHub Desktop and oh, hang on, real quick. I don't think there's any like. I have some like private repositories, but I don't actually think there's anything. I don't think there's any reason not to show them, but like it's just like stuff that I haven't published yet. But just in case. Okay, here we go. So we have a split. We have our .NET 95 with our README in it. So yeah, it's just a matter of putting all this together. I'll make a folder. I'll call it setup, and I'll say so. We definitely need these. So this is kind of an incomplete repo already. That we have. So we have an icon. I just pulled this icon straight from. I think I stole it from setupapi.dll. I assume no one will mind. Lego Island nude mod. No! It's I've been exposed. Okay. So this files folder is basically just all of the files extracted from the .NET installer. Basically just wholesale, no modifications, nothing like that. Everything says 2005 on it, except for the folders, which I guess that folders are cheating. So yeah, so I could, like I said, I could just add these files in as is. What do you guys think? It probably makes sense to just add like original files and just put those in. Either that, or like I make a script that users can call to extract the files themselves. But I feel like maybe it's just not worth it. Wait, how big is this? 71 megabytes. It's a fair bit. So basically anyone that clones this repository is going to need to download 71 megabytes, but I guess they'd need to do that anyway. What's the original installer? That's an old, this one. It's only 22.4 megabytes. That's a hell of a lot of compression they've got going on there. I've copyrighted your setup icon. Fuck! I guess we can always commission a new one. Yeah. Mirror the code onto a server that a 95 machine can access directly. Like make it an install step. I don't know. I wasn't saying I'd make it an install step. I think either way it'll be like these files will be packed into the installer properly. But like it's just a matter of like if someone else wants to build this themselves, then you know should we force them to / would they prefer to extract the files themselves, or would they prefer the files to just be there already? And then, yeah, the wrappers are mine. Those are just the DLLs that I created. So I'll make a new folder for that, wrappers. Why does that sound like a racial slur? Alright. And this is just some CMake shit. Oh god, which one of these are actually used? I think it's just it's this one. This one, this one, this one, this one, and then we have def files for all 4. Oh, and we have a debug subsystem, but that'll be like removed from the final versions. Alright, so if we move those over to wrappers. Okay, so that's just regular ass source code. Easy. The repo is open source, I'd say including the data is fine. Anyone paranoid can check to include the data themselves. Yeah, sure. I guess I could add in like a readme. I could be like, if you want to get the data yourself, here's how. Yeah, maybe. So, and then the final thing is the hacks. And I have a hacks folder here, but it's actually partially incomplete. It's actually very incomplete, I have to say. So I think, like I said, I think the managed code, these should be, oh no, the unmanaged code, like the binary stuff should be just Delta patches. But the managed stuff, we might just have to distribute those as is. But like I said, they're kind of open source. Like C# DLLs are kind of open source already. The way they work. Upload the VOD. I guess I... No one's gonna watch like 2 hours of this. Microsoft is hunting me. Oh no, Michael is hunting me down. That's okay then. Single downloads with MD5 hash tracks. Well, they would have to. They'd have to clone the repository anyway. So. Yeah, that's a. I'm still thinking about that, but at least these are fine. I need to. What did I write here in? I wrote something in install.md. Oh, this is really old. These actually don't even. This is before I had my own installer. This was me trying to like work out the install process, so that's completely pointless. So I guess I'll write like a howto.md. I'll just make it here. Create new howto.md. This is, well, ooh, I just realized this is specifically like compiling. So I guess I'll call it compiling. So is there... Do I know anything about save editing on PS4? I'm afraid not. I assume every game is going to be a little bit different too. That's the thing. Upload the VOD, honestly, I think this makes good for good background videos. Hell yeah, I mean, I have started uploading everything. Anyone who subscribes to my Matt KC VODs channel is probably really irritated right now. It's right here. Probably really irritated right now because I've been uploading, in the last like 24 hours I uploaded like 12 of them. Actually no, I uploaded 16 of them. 17 of them. So yeah, I'm uploading everything nowadays. Unfortunately, these are really old, or not really old. These are, I didn't catch the titles of these streams. Or any of the more recent ones, I have the titles for them, so that you can kind of figure out what they are. But these ones, I had no title. I had no idea what they were called originally. I guess I could go through and like skim through and see what I do in them, and then give them a proper name later on. I wish you could restream to YouTube at the same time as Twitch. I have YouTube Premium, so I have no ads there. Fun fact! You can now! Twitch... simulcast. They just literally announced this a couple days ago, that you're now allowed to simulcast as an affiliate, as a partner and all that. So you may in fact see me simulcasting on YouTube in the near future. Yeah. Hell, I might even simulcast to Kick as well. I mean, I don't know any one of us that would go to Kick, but hey, you know, if I'm gonna be multi-streaming, I may as well multi-stream everywhere. TikTok as well. I don't know about TikTok. I don't think I'd have the patience to read TikTok chat. Stream to Mixer. No, the exclusivity agreements are what killed Mixer, actually. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Like, one of the smart things that Kick is doing is that when they're like poaching talent from other platforms, they're saying this is not an exclusive agreement. Instead, how about you start streaming on your normal platform and then switch over later on? So like, you don't just disappear from people's feeds. You kind of like, you get people still there, and then you like drag them over once they're like invested in the stream. So yeah, I think it's probably, I mean, we'll see. It's probably a pretty good strategy, and I think Twitch is removing the requirement for a similar reason. That, like, you know, someone like me, I probably, if I could dual stream to Twitch and YouTube, I would probably grow my Twitch stream, because my audience is much bigger on YouTube, but a lot of them just have no idea if and when I stream, because I can't stream on YouTube at the same time. So I think that's probably why they lifted that restriction, but that's just my guess. Post it to your community tab. I've done that in the past. Do you know how many people see the community tab? Not many. Not many at all. I would simulcast, but ignore all other platforms' chats. Yeah, I've thought about that. I've thought about just encouraging people to just come to one chat. Supposed to be getting ready for work, but being on time is for nerds. True. And we're all jocks. We're all really, really strong and popular. So, it would be really nice if I could make a make script for it. But then I realized we're building this on Windows, so it wouldn't be a make script, it would be a make bash, probably. Because there's so many steps to this. Like, you have to compile my wrappers. You have to build the installer is the last part. You have to compile the wrappers, patch the DLLs, and then build the installer. So it's kind of a fairly complex. Like it's not a configure make. Like it's not just one or two commands. It's a fair bit going on here. Name the script Dracula because it comes a bat. True, yeah. True. Fuck you, Batch. Yeah, yep. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Can you mesh together the chats? No. That's one of the restrictions, that you can't use a thing to like... one of the Twitch restrictions is you can't like use a thing to have both chats on the screen. And honestly, yeah, I don't mind that so much because I'm not the biggest fan of YouTube chat. I think I'd encourage people... I do like YouTube's player. I like YouTube's player more than Twitch's player. But I almost feel like the ultimate system would be YouTube's player and Twitch's chat embedded together. Which is kind of what I tried to do. I mean, I used my own custom chat implementation. That's kind of basically what I tried to do. And it didn't not work. I just kind of figured that... the reason I stopped using my custom chat was just because I felt like... One of the things I wanted out of streaming was I wanted the ability to collaborate more with other people, which is kind of difficult to do in my video format. And if you're like... If you stream on your own website, even if you're like partially on YouTube, you're still kind of isolating yourself into your own little island. And that's kind of what I worried about. Like, at least if you're on Twitch, on the page, then like, at least you're kind of in the same realm as other streamers. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. So, Chat Casey, I do mourn Chat Casey. I really liked Chat Casey, but it is what it is. Just use Discord. No, I don't think so. Yeah, YouTube's player allows you to rewind live. People tend... It's a feature that is frequently called DVR. And I think Rumble might have added DVR. No, maybe not yet. Or was it Kick? I don't know, no idea. I heard something, but maybe I actually don't know. Yeah, YouTube's DVR I really like. You can turn off DVR. You can turn off like rewinding. So I see some streams do that, but like to me that's one of my favorite bits because like when something happens on a Twitch stream, you can't rewind. You have to. What I do is I click the clip button and it like shows me the last 2 minutes or so of the Twitch streams if I missed a moment. But like I'd much rather just be able to rewind. If you want to collaborate, having over 500 people seems hard. Aren't your YouTube streams like much higher viewers? Yes, but I also see streamers on Twitch with 1,000 viewers all the time, and their chat is like, you know, kind of like this. You know, they have a nice back and forth. I think it's just YouTube has a tendency of, I think maybe just because it's bigger. YouTube has a lot of people, and because it's not predominantly a live streaming platform, YouTube has a lot of people who just kind of like, I don't know how to describe it other than they don't have very good live stream etiquette. Like, they'll just kind of come in and start spamming shit, like, and you have to, like, I feel like on YouTube we needed more moderators than I do on Twitch. Even for the same amount of viewers, like per capita viewers, you still need more moderators on YouTube than you do on Twitch. Yo, FDD the Lucario, thank you so much for gifting a sub. I really appreciate that. Thanks for doing that, and to Aviv Bin. Hell yeah. Yeah, they're also more literal children. It might in fact be that like 9-year-olds come into the chat and like just fuck around. So yeah, I mean, yeah, because I did a stream on YouTube that got 1,000 viewers. Like averaged 1,000 viewers, but the chat was like unbelievably bad. It was just so full of spam and bullshit. But I see streamers on Twitch that have 1,000, even 3,000 viewers, and they don't have that problem at all. And I think part of it is just, you know, they've been streaming for a while, so they've kind of got an audience and a culture. around their streams. But also, I think just I think, as I said, I think YouTube has more people that just don't really have a lot of good like stream etiquette. Yeah. Haven't booted my Asahi Linux. Oh yeah, I need to try Asahi Linux. I have this Mac Mini M1 sitting around. I just haven't touched it in so long. Actually, no, I have a project for the M1 Mac Mini. I don't want to spoil it, but I do have a project for it coming up. Most critical when is that topic with the chat differences between YouTube and Twitch? Yeah, I think more or less, most streamers kind of feel very similarly about the difference between the two. I think YouTube chat for me could be fine, but I have to put like some restrictions on it. Like maybe I had to put on. I know I had to put on slow mode when I had that 1,000 viewer stream. I might also have to add like at one point I had YouTube members, and I was thinking about maybe it would be fine if I had like YouTube members, if it was member only chat, but also that's kind of cringe to be like you can only talk if you pay me money. Maybe if I had like a subscribed length, like a follow limit, like you have to be following me for a certain amount of time. I don't know if that would help a lot, but it might help like against spam bots coming in. I don't know if that's a really big issue or not, but yo, FDD Lucario, thanks for the Prime sub for yourself this time. Hell yeah, I really appreciate that. Thanks for the I love some good old Bezos bucks. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Windows 98 on an M1 Mini. I don't think that would work. I mean, you could probably run it on Linux on like a VM, but like otherwise, not natively. Totally same. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your Twitch sticky star badge and emotes. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Forgot to have that Prime sub. Yeah. By the way, if you have Amazon Prime, it is morally correct to make sure those $2.50 do not go to Jeff Bezos and instead go to your friendly neighborhood streamer. For a crazy challenge, ignore YouTube and Twitch chat and use a random 4chan board as chat. Yeah, true. I do know some streamers, especially some political streamers, who have like they stream on Twitch, but they ignore Twitch chat and they like have their own chat and they just look at that. And that's kind of like their way of making sure that their chat doesn't get too like outrageous. Like then they can moderate it more easily when it's their own like system. I mean, maybe we could bring back Chat KC, but I don't know. I don't know if it's really. I don't think I'm necessarily in that camp of like needing that much moderation. I think it's just like YouTube chat is kind of wild sometimes. .NET has more stars than Isle. Wait, what? No, it doesn't. The Isle decomp has like 1.4K, but you might be talking about my fork of it. I have a fork that I do my work in, and then I PR it in. In that case, yes, it does. You're correct. Yeah, I think you found my fork, not the original, which is understandable. They're like. There are even I like run into issues with the fact that I kind of maintain two separate repos, but this is just so that like I can do stuff in my repository and without like messing with the main repository. Anyway, need to bring back Windows 2000 bot. It should be there. There it is. Yeah, it's still here. No, don't worry. No, it's back. It's all good. I think maybe temporarily it was gone. Alright, where was I? So, yeah, back to this. Okay, so we can kind of... Yeah, so what I was questioning was still in the middle of questioning is should we package the original setup files in the repo, or should we require the user to get their own copy of .NET and extract the files themselves? Now the Difference is packaging the files in the repository is much more convenient. The downside is, or the upside is, users don't have to trust that I haven't I guess either way we're kind of hacking the DLLs either way. But yeah, but I can see some people might feel like it's like impure to be using the files from the repo rather than getting them themselves. But I guess we can do both. Like we can just package the files in it and then also say, if you want to do it yourself, here's how. So I guess we can kind of do both. For now, let's just put here, files. All right. Yeah, if people don't want to use it, they don't have to simple as that. I think that's probably the correct answer. That's probably just going to be the most frictionless answer, I think. So we have setup, we have our setup script, we have our icon, and we have all the original files. Oh, I almost forgot. The user also has to install Internet Explorer 5.01. I wonder if we should try and build that into the installer as well. Like maybe you can do a silent IE5 install. Yeah, that's going to be a thing as well. Wouldn't you want to avoid Microsoft lawyers knocking at your door? I think for this, they don't care. I think it's too old for them to care. I mean, and to be fair, it's not like you can't just download this for free anyway. Like, yeah, I'm redistributing it, but like, it's not like this is a leak or this is pirated or anything like that. It's just like I'm rehosting it essentially. I think it's okay. Why do you need IE5? Good question. I don't know. But .NET 2.0 like requires IE5. It will literally throw an error if it's not installed. I have no idea why, but it's a real requirement. Yeah. All of the IE5. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if people are like, I use Windows 95 because you don't need Internet Explorer, and then it's like, to use this, you need Internet Explorer. It's a bit of a shame, but yeah, like I said, I have no idea why. Maybe we can figure it out one day. So we'll also, while I'm here, I have the IE5 installer somewhere around here. I think it's in old. Yeah, here it is, MSIE 501. Oofed. Here's a question. So if I like IE5, oh, it's in all caps. Oh, I need to run it under wine. Does it have like? Can it run in like a silent mode? Quiet mode. That could be good. Because then, like, you don't have to do it as, like, part of the process. Oh, you don't have to do it manually. You can do it part of the process. That's what I meant. Alright, I guess it'd be nice if we could make their installer script to detect IE5, but that's something I'll need to test, I think. Alright, well, I'll include that, which means our repository is also already a whopping 150 megabytes. That's the other downside, is that to clone this repository, it's going to be a real pain in the ass, but oh well. Where could you obtain IE5 from? Yeah, you can get it, though. I'm kind of thinking it'd be nice to make it part of the installer, so like people with Windows 95, it's just a one-click install and they don't have to worry about it. It's a nice thought, at least. Now, I think all of the DLLs I patched so far are in the... Oh god, I just realized that it's like SSE stuff in here. I'm just looking all over this and having PTSD flashbacks. To be fair, since when has .NET anything been small? Yeah. I mean, the .NET executable can be small. Look, Rebuilder C# was only 128 kilobytes. You just need a whole 150 megabyte support system for it. No big deal. Packing a bunch of ISOs into the repo hits a terabyte. Good idea. So yeah, we've already got all these damn files in here. But yeah, I think this is probably how it has to be done. Alright, well. Added setup, .NET FX20, and MSIE 501. This will be an interesting upload and commit. Yeah, it's going to take a while. Because how long is it going to take to upload? Hopefully it doesn't like mess up my stream upload, right? Yeah, it's a big repo. I mean, there was the alternative of making of just forcing the user to download this stuff, but it's just, I just felt like that would be more, it would be just more effort than it's worth. And people can use their own copies of the installers if they want. .NET 95. Did you ever try building Mono for 95? No, I haven't done any other backporting work since I first talked about, or since I've got to this point of this. I didn't even write anything in here. All right, anyway. Okay. Alright, so I want to do a little bit more work here by... Here, let's get Windows 95 up and running. Just use the CLI. I used to. I used to be a CLI only Andy, but at some point I was just like, you know what? I'd rather just click the commit button. No, I think the thing is that Git command line is like, it's tough to do stuff like... It's tough to do, like, commit, like, individual lines. That's why I think I eventually did switch out of the command line. But I did at one point. I was a CLI-only user. GUI is easy to do stuff in command lines. Usually, yeah. There's some stuff that's faster on the command line, for sure. But yeah, a lot of stuff is definitely faster and graphically. Okay, so... Yes. Alrighty. I'm going to open up... Real quick, I'm going to need to grab my Windows 95 VM. And I'm going to want to crop that down so that we can see it a little bit better. Oh no. What have I done? So this should be a relatively blank state Windows 95 C. It's 95C, so I think it's got IE4. Gotta really get it pixel perfect. You're not getting your crops pixel perfect? What are you even doing? Good enough. There we go. I've got 95 and this board 16 color icons. These things are ugly, man. Yeah, apparently. Even when I throw Rebuilder in there, it's still a 16 color icon. It's very strange. I'm 1 pixel off? No, don't say that. It's gonna drive me nuts. Look, I'm not gonna look at it. I'm just gonna go ahead. Okay, so now that we have Windows 95 up and running, let's go ahead and... Where is it? Yeah, let's go ahead and I think I need to get a copy of NSYS. Here's a note for anyone who tries to build this. I'm using NSYS 2. NSYS 3 might still work on 95, I just thought it would be less likely to, so I thought I'd grab NSYS 2. Look at it, man. I don't want to, no! Alright, so... Ooh, how much effort do I want to put into setting this up? Here's how much effort I'm going to put all the effort into setting it up. I'm going to make a new wine prefix. Look, here's how you, if you're a Linux user and you want to make your stuff feel really native, I'll make it 32-bit as well, just to make it simpler. Yeah, I'll make a new wine prefix, specifically for it, a wine prick for it. Alright. And I'll throw NSYS in the C drive, I'll call it NSYS. And then, end user local bin, make NSYS, I'll make a little wrapper for it. So, wine prefix equals /home/map/NSYS, /wine /NSYS wine, C : /NSYS /make NSYS.exe, and then the magic code at the end to pass parameters through. And I just realized I didn't do this in sudo, so... And then make it executable. Now I can run it anywhere. In fact, I'll even wine debug equals -all. There we go. Now it doesn't throw any trace errors, which I don't need. Alright, now let's go to our I went wine instead of source. Okay, let's make our installer. I probably rename this now. Actually, I will rename this now. .NET 95. Alright. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Emacs vs Vim? I have heard of that, but I haven't used either enough to really, like... to actually have any... Oh, you're right, I don't have the hacks folder. That's okay, we'll comment that out for now. Because I think we'll do that a little bit differently. Turn scripts, how fun. The greatest. So much fun. Okay, so that produces an executable, only about 24 meg in size, so pretty much about what the original installer does. Yeah, this is a real pain in the ass as well. I don't know if you can see this, but so first you install the files in the right place, but then .NET creates a shitload of registry entries. I genuinely think it's about 5,000. Hang on, so let's actually see, what line is this? Okay, let's say roughly 43 is where it starts, and it ends at, yeah, 5,453. So yeah, quite literally, it writes over 5,000 entries to your registry. How's it feel, motherfucker? Anyway, I didn't thankfully have to reproduce all of these myself. I just I used the tool to like extract the table from the original installer, and then I wrote a script to convert that table into like NSYS code. So yeah, thankfully I didn't have to do this manually, but goddamn, what a pain in the ass. Get raided? Yo! Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid of one viewer. I really appreciate it. Imagine 25 megabytes of 56k dial-up though. That's what I had to live with before I finally got fiber. Damn, you went straight from dial-up to fiber? Don't worry, I remember dial-up. I remember, because that's about 3 megabytes a so 56k. Hang on, so I don't look stupid. 56 kilobits is 7 kilobytes per second. Oh, it's 3 minutes per megabyte. That was what I was saying. So one megabyte is 1024 kilobytes divided by 7 is that many seconds. So about 2.5 minutes per megabyte. And that's assuming ideal conditions. If you're lucky, yeah, exactly. I remember, what did I download? I think I downloaded a demo of Age of Empires 2, and it was 40 megabytes. And that was a big deal. I left that shit running all day while I was at school. I was like, man, it's gonna be so great when AoE 2 demo finishes downloading and I can play it when I get home. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the dial-up days. Good times. Alright, so we have a executable. I'm gonna throw this over to Windows 95 real quick. Oh, what I want to know is whether we can get, this is a blank state. Alright, whatever, bro. I guess I'll go through the whatever the hell. Actually, yeah, first, let's just not install IE5, because I know it throws an error, but let's actually see what error, real quick. Okay. Let's get the installer over to... Here we go. So yeah, let's try this as is, see what happens. Oh. Yeah, for some reason, I feel like VMware's drivers have gotten a lot worse recently. Like, you see this shit? Like, what the hell is this? And then I can't fucking click on anything anymore. And then, fine, I'll just like, yeah. Just restore my save state. Now it's fine. Now everything's working. I feel like, yeah, they fucked up their drivers recently. I don't know why or what they did, but anyway, let's try this again. Remember the 3 megabyte cars for Need for Speed 3 would take like an hour? Oof. Jesus! Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, GACutil wouldn't be able to run without my patched DLLs. Fuck. Alright. Okay, so... yeah, so the next question is whether to run the patch on Windows 95 or run it as part of the build process, like over... yeah, over here. Like, yeah, this area. Just about worked if 2 people were browsing with more than 1 person downloading. If I would kill it dead. Oh yes, good times. Good old dial-up times. Yeah, okay, so... what is more convenient to the end user and to you? Well, more convenient to the end user... well, if I guess to the end user it doesn't matter as long as we actually get like a patcher that can run on Windows 95. Patcher for Windows 95. If we can't find one for Windows 95, then it kind of has to be build time. Also, assuming people will be mostly building this on Windows, we'd have to include some kind of patching utility. Because on Linux, of course, we get like diff and patch. Yeah, but on Windows, I don't think it comes with anything like that. How cringe. Hello, sorry for bothering you. Anyway. Anyway, moving forward, moving right along. Alright, so let's I would like to reach about your car's totally legit extended warranty. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm already thinking maybe I should shift some of these folders around. I could maybe call this bin. That's kind of a title for this sort of thing. FX20. I'll move these over into here. And I'll have to do the same thing here. Have to update it here. Alright. Don't think there's any more. Yeah, there aren't. Alright. Start polite and then hit you with the, did you know we have a service for you, small streamer? Yeah, that's me, small streamer. I know, I am. On Twitch, I'm basically like a non-entity, I think. Well, no, I'm on like I guess I'm on the upper end of small streamer. Wanna be famous? Who doesn't? Alright, anyway. Because what we could also do is we could say, actually, first let's not worry about IE5 just now. Let's first just worry about getting our wrappers in place. Eminem, for instance. So, oh yeah, this doesn't do anything. That's a, I won't even get into that today. I'll get into that in the video. But there's a .NET installs a DOS driver that and then if it can't load it, it fails to load at all. That was another thing I completely forgot about. And what I learned was, at first I tried really desperately to try getting it to load on Windows 95 and it wouldn't. And then I just patched out the requirement. I just realized that if you just remove all errors when it tries to load and fails. No, actually, in my wrapper, I faked loading it correctly. So in my wrapper DLLs, I faked loading it correctly, and it just works. Nothing goes wrong. Anyway, so that's going to be a whole extra thing that I'm going to talk about in the video. Wasn't the percentage thrown around that at some point 95% of streams don't get more than 2 viewers? Quite possibly. It wouldn't surprise me because I know that percentage of Twitch partners. No, compared to... Oh, here we go. Total number of Twitch partners at the end of Q3 2022 is 57.4 thousand. What was I reading? As for affiliates, their number exceeded 1.65 million. English language channels have the most... Yeah, okay. Well, so I guess what we can infer from that is 57,000 divided by 165 million is less than 3.5%. Oh no, this is not a percentage. I have to add them all up. Sorry, my bad. I can't do math. Plus. Okay, so that's total. That's affiliates plus partners allegedly, and then. Divided by that is... Okay, so it's roughly the same. Less than 3.4% of streamers, of of between affiliates and partners, combining affiliates and partners together, only less than 3.4% of them are partners. So, there you go. It's kind of crazy. Less than 3.4%. Holy shit. Yeah, that's not even counting the streamers that aren't affiliates. That's counting people. That's out of people who make money off their streams. That's less than 3.4% get partners. Yeah, wild. Anyway. What was I saying? Okay, yeah, so I guess we just need to start doing our hacks. And this is gonna be a tough part because I did not, as you can see, this is basically the folder of my hacks. And as you can see, it was not very well organized. Because I was you know, when you're in like hyper focus mode, you're just kind of like just throwing shit around, just like, okay, let's try this. You're not really thinking about like organizing it properly. So yeah. That weirdly makes me feel better. Hey, there you go. Hey, me too. I'm in the... I'm sorry, I can't do math. I'm in the 96.5%? 96.6%? Yeah. I am the 96.6%. The 4%ers. Those damn 4%ers. Everyone spam really mad for the 4%ers. Okay, so yeah, we have a bunch of DLLs we need to patch essentially. What else? So yeah, I had my hacks here. So well, the rappers essentially come from rappers. They essentially come from like, where was I again? Oh yeah, they come from here, so it's like .NET 95 rappers here. So we need to like I can't build them here. I'd need to have the Visual C++ 4.2. Do I have that? I do! Oh! Brilliant. Do I have CMake? Do I have this already in a wine prefix? Oh, I do. Brilliant. Okay, that's easy then. Cool. And then you just build them. That's the only other issue with this like DLL stuff is like in theory with CMake the user could build these anywhere. So I don't know like I don't know where to say they're coming from. Unless I like maybe I can force the build directory here. I should also say set CMake build type release, I think. Yeah, they should be actually. This is Katamari music. An hour and a half late. Twitch notifications doing me dirty. Yeah, they're like that sometimes. If you join the Discord, you get much more timely notifications. But yeah, Twitch notifications are pretty mediocre, sadly. Discoverability sucks on Twitch. As of recently, YouTube has been actively promoting small content creators. I often see regularly placed videos on my feed with sub 100 views. Yeah, I've seen that too. I think, yeah, YouTube definitely has advantages as a platform. The discoverability is better, and I think by and large, the money is better, the monetization is better. But yeah, I just found that when I streamed on YouTube, I felt like, and maybe this would have gotten better over time. Like we would have filtered out the spamming 9-year-olds and spam bots and shit. But like, I felt like I was having to like work a lot harder to keep the stream coherent and all kind of flowing. And so I eventually concluded I'd rather have a small smaller, higher quality chat than a bigger, lower quality chat. But you know what? One of the like I said, I am looking into like simulcasting opportunities, seeing if we can like try and get best of both worlds. Just making sure, because yeah, there's no reason to not have these as debug DLLs, because MSVC is a really crappy compiler, and the release and debug builds are not compatible. So I think they have to be release builds no matter what. Who's buzzing my phone? Oh, I'm getting issue emails from the GitHub repository. Honestly, I don't need to have that on watch, but whatever. So if I then go into here and say star.dll, if I say oh dear, there's a bug on my monitor. That's not good. Alright, well, it's gone now. I don't know where it went. Sfinity! Sfinity is back. I have no idea what that means. Or infinity? I have no idea what that means. I have no idea why it happens, what it means. It's just a little Easter egg every now and then of the stream. What do you guys think? Do you guys like it? A bug, software, or physical bug? No, an actual like insect was on my screen. I was like, it came down from the top, and I was like, is that real? Am I imagining this, or is this like did I get a virus? Is this like some overlay on my screen? No, it was a real bug. And I tried to like get it with like a tissue, but I also was really worried about getting bug juice on my monitor, so I was like trying to be really gentle, and then it just kind of disappeared. So I don't know. It's probably somewhere, but I don't think it's dangerous. 5 Finities. True. Isn't that what the Avengers was about? So if I was to say, so how many of these hacks do we actually need? Hacks. You know, YouTube chat really needs some of this. Honestly, it needs to install some of this. Anyway, so. These are not all of the hacks. I know that for a fact. That rhymed. See, I'm the real rapper here, right? Okay, so... yeah, rappers is my stuff. So rappers, I think... we can reasonably output that to sister. This isn't Australia. Not everything is trying to kill you for existing. I will say, yeah, the bugs got a lot smaller once I moved. It's in my monitor now. Shit. What is it? This is gonna be the PS3 all over again. What I don't love about this is that it kind of assumes that people will build into the build folder. I mean, we can script that, but like if someone else does other stuff, then like who knows what they'll do. Oh well. As for hacks, patches. Let's try and work through these. So we have yeah, we have more patches than these. And to be honest, I don't remember exactly what I did. I did have to do a few things. I guess if we like, I assume diff does like binary stuff. Or hang on, diff patch binary. So what's the easiest way? Like, I know there's delta patches, but is that the easiest way to do this? BS diff and BS patch. So yeah, I mean, on Windows we can just provide like executables. There's the bug. All right. R.I.P. I've murdered the bug, but it's better than not knowing where the bug was going. There we go. So this should run any app using .NET release before 2002, or is there a specific maximum .NET version or just flat 2.0? Should do anything up to 2.0. So yeah, anything 2002 or anything that you write today, because Visual Studio 2022 still supports .NET 2.0, so you can use a completely modern build chain and deploy on everything from 95 all the way to Windows 11. So should be pretty cool. Murder live on Twitch. Uh-oh, did I break TOS? Shit, guys, don't call the cops. Yeah, so we could use these. Do I have BSDiff installed? No. Oh, it would have to be from the AUR. That's kind of cringe. Do I have any Delta patches, like... An useful tool that lets you minimize interesting files subject to a test of their interestingness. I see. Shout out to Microsoft for their backwards compatibility, killing 32-bit support on Mac's pre-silicon, killed my respect for macOS. It really did cause a lot of problems. I mean, Apple fans will say like, well, there was a good reason. They had a good reason to drop 32-bit, and like, I get that, but also like, what if I want to play Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 for Mac? Like, there's no solution. Like, what if that's just what I want to do? Like, according to Apple, the answer is you can't, and I think that's kind of annoying. And it's not like they couldn't have done something to like translate 32-bit calls into 64-bit calls, because that's what Crossover does in order to get 32-bit Wine apps working. So like they could have kept them working without having to keep like 32-bit versions of all their libraries sitting around. So yeah, in my opinion, but that's just not their target audience. X Delta 3 works for me. Back compat is why I use Windows. Yes, indeed. I mean, Wine is also pretty good for backwards compatibility, but only really because Windows is like, Wine is good because Windows is good. And on Linux, Linux tries sometimes. The Linux kernel tries not to break user space. The C libraries, the C++ libraries sometimes do. I think the thing is, in the Linux world, the mindset is, well, everything should be open source anyway, so you should just be able to recompile it if like we break something. Which, you know, in a perfect world, yes, true. But it is not a perfect world, so so yeah, Microsoft is the best for like backwards compatibility. Yeah, Linus is very serious about not breaking user space unless absolutely necessary and unavoidable. Yep. But the glibc people do not share that point of view. I mean, they don't break it a lot, but they have broken it for sure. Yeah, Windows does that through their WoW layer, yeah. So it's Apple, they don't bother with backwards compatibility. Yeah, pretty much. It's just not their target audience. Like, I think genuinely, this will sound kind of weird, I think genuinely Apple does not think software is art. And that's a weird thing to say, because I know there's debate over whether games are art or not. And like, Apple is a software and hardware company, it's their primary product. But I think their thinking is, you're not supposed to see the software as art. You're supposed to see the software as a tool to create art. And that's why, you know, all the emphasis is on, well, you can do photography and edit video and make music on the Mac. You're not supposed to enjoy using the Mac. You're supposed to use the Mac to do something else, right? So yeah, it's just not their target audience. So how does this work? Let's get some Delta patches. Yeah, and Apple is a hardware company as well. That's true. They're predominantly a hardware company, and the software is a means to promoting the hardware. That's why they get so pissed off when you steal macOS 10. That's why they have "Don't steal macOS 10.kext" in their. Oh, they won't even show me because of damn Elon Musk's meddling in Twitter. Yeah, that's why I have don't steal macOS 10.kext, because it's considered stealing, because sure, macOS is free, but it's free with the purchase of the hardware. So using it on a PC they call to them it's akin to stealing it. It's a shame because Apple software is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, yeah. All right, so how do we use XDelta to make a patch, like a diff? Oh, make patch. Here we go. -E. Old file, or -e-s, which is compress and source file. Oh, source file. Old file, decoded new file. Oh, that's the patch, apply patch. So we're doing compress. Old file, different file. Wait, fuck! I keep reading the wrong thing. Compress, old file, new file, and then it'll spit out a delta. Okay, I got it. We can do this. So what we definitely need is MSCore. Yeah, this is the original. Okay, so we can just we'll just jump over here, and we'll say XDelta3-E e.dll mscore.dll.back. Oh no, .back.dll, my bad. And then mscore.diff. Oh, wait, one of them is -s. There we go. So what does this look like? What changes did we actually make? Oh, I can't read it. This is me being a little bit suspicious of myself. I would love to know what I actually changed. How to read XDelta3 file. Yeah, I'd love to know. I'd love to remind myself of what I actually changed, because I know that I'm sure I made some changes that were not necessary. So I just like to know. I guess if we do, hang on, we'll do hex diff. I know we can do a hex diff. Yeah, okay, this is a shotgun way of doing it, but okay, fine. Amazon needs to work on serious DRM features to get sued for stealing macOS. Yeah, in theory. Does come with Vim, doesn't it? That's true, I think. Hang on. Anyway, how's everyone doing out there? I've been concentrating a little bit on this diffing process. Where's the Matt KC taco stand? I'm not sure. Would you guys buy tacos from? Would you accept a taco from me? Alright, so I renamed this, that makes sense, I renamed that, renamed this. rename that, and these, and these, and that. Okay. That's probably about right. What would be interesting is if I could go through and actually... If I could go through and actually determine which of these are necessary. I know definitely some of them are necessary, but I don't know if all of them are necessary. I think this would be easier or harder to do on Windows. I think it would be harder to do on Windows. Otherwise I would be using Windows. Yeah, DSMOS is still there. It's still a thing. It's kind of, yeah, it's a small form of DRM. I think people have already been talking about that, yeah. Start hacking off until it complains. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the solution. It's just kind of slow, because like the only way to know is to cross-reference with Windows 95, and like getting the files into Windows 95 takes some time. But unless I can get a hex editor for Windows 95, hex editor for Windows 95. HXD? Oh, XVI32, I've used that in the past. It's not as good as HXD, but it does work. Does HXD actually work in 95? Oh, there is a version that works on 95. It's an older version. Tell you what, I'll give it a try. Why not? I love Android. I know iPhone's better for phone stuff, but Dolphin on a phone? I agree. I've been playing some emulator stuff on my phone recently. Alright, well... Oh, shit. I also need an old version of 7-zip. There it is. Good times. I really am living in sometime in the 2000s. So we had to use an early version of 7-zip, and then there we go. Nice. And then we can install HXD. I don't even know, is there really much point to zipping an installer? Oh well. Okay. Oops. I already fucked it up. No! How do I get this back up? There we go. Okay. So, I'll throw in Rebuilder as well. So yeah, this is, I think, a little bit of what this is going to be like. I'm going to be going through and trying to see which of my changes are necessary and which ones aren't. Okay, so let's see. Let's figure out which of these I need to patch. So there's there's 4 references to kernel 32. Which ones are necessary? Who knows? I guess. Oh look, this one's close to interlock to compare exchange, so maybe I should change this one first. All right, let's give it a shot. There we go. Now what? Oh, I don't even have my patches on here, my wrappers on here. Let's install those real quick. And because it takes, there we go. Because it doesn't always work the first time, try it a few times. Cool. So that's the only one, I think. Is that really the only one? Just this one? I'm having to reverse engineer what I did. I've become so used to your in-sync VM that this looks wrong to me. Well, and it's Windows 95, so it's got a couple differences. Do we have the welcome tour on here? That's always a good time. No. Oh well. Oh, cool. It's locked up again. There we go. It's back. It's back. There we go. Thanks, VMware drivers. I'm still pretty sure they like fucked something up recently. Okay. Just decomp kernel 32. Easy. I mean, yeah, at this point, maybe we'll just get a completely open source version of Windows 95 at some point. I don't know if it's still the case, but on the Hackintosh Reddit, the dsmos file was still an x86 file, so it wouldn't run on Silicon. Interesting. Even in the Apple Silicon, it doesn't have a Apple Silicon build. Okay, so now that I've figured that out, is that really all it took? Anyway, so we need to open CoreWorks now, which has, I think, a very similar issue. So go back to here, go Microsoft.NET 2.0 MS Core Works. There we go. Kernel 32. Is this the one? It's probably this one, because this was where it was last time. Alright, let's just rewrite it and see what happens. Oh, still cannot be loaded. I might be missing some other stuff. Oh, and it depends on Visual C++. So let's go in and edit those as well. TR80. It's a similar issue. Huh. What's next? What else does it not have? Oh, and Shulwappy, that's like... yeah, that's what I call it. I don't know what else to call it. It's SHLWAPI. I'm sure some people call it like Shell WAPI, but for some reason I've always pronounced it Shulwappy. Did not be loaded. That's probably also... What am I missing now? Hang on. I have a executable specifically for this. I've already feel like I've just like fucked around with this too much already. But I have something like that does, yeah. I built something for this exact purpose, which was all it does is attempt to load this DLL and tell me why it can't load it. Oh, you're right. The only DLL that I don't build myself. Turns out I could just backport this from Windows 95 with no trouble at all. And yeah, so that's what I do here for this one. The shell wappy. Pretty much, actually. That is pretty much what I'm saying. Come on. Just like work this time. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah. Alright, so I feel like already I have to kind of like keep track of what I've done. So what I'm gonna do... Get out of here. Get out of here. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to reinstall my .NET 95, because this will install the original stock files again, and we're gonna write down exactly what I did. .2.0 for real? Yeah, 2.0 for real. If you want to see I've talked about a little bit in this public Patreon post. Don't worry, you don't have to be a Patreon to read it, or patron to read it. But I just wrote about like what I did, why I did it, and the current, a little bit about the current status. And what I'm currently doing is just like going over all my work to see what exactly was necessary and what wasn't. So yeah. So presumably for man, I'm kind of blown away that you can get HXD on Windows 95. Like, it actually works really nicely. Like, why did we ever upgrade from this, right? Did Windows ever really get any better than this? Okay, so there's only one actual kernel 32 reference that we need to change, and it's this fourth one. So, knowing that, we can go back to here, and just do that, honestly. So here I have another hex editor. Oops. Fine, kernel 32, one. Oh, this is case sensitive. Well, I guess this is probably the right one then, yeah. So, just save. Oh, this is Core JIT as well. This is the wrong one. I'm looking at Core E, this one. That's why there's only one reference to it. So I definitely need to replace this. Save as here. Okay, overwrite, and that should make our diff relatively small. X delta 3-E-S S query dot back. This is the new one, and then what's the X delta 3 file extension? What's the accepted file extension? Oh, it's X delta. All right, I'll do that. Plasma's error sounds, they're pretty good. I tend to prefer my computer not making any sound at all. But if they were gonna make any sound, these are pretty good. I did try to like turn off the system sounds at one point, but like, oh, here they are. All right. I know we just talked about how they're pretty good, but I'm gonna mute them just because that's how I prefer it. All right, so this is diff number 1, I think. Which is, there we go. And I imagine, oh yeah, we also need to fix the SSE stuff. That's annoying. So another thing that I had to patch out of .NET 2.0 is it will emit SSE2 instructions if it detects that the CPU is capable of them. Even on Windows 98, which Windows 98 supports SSE1, but not SSE2. But I guess it still works because as long as it's aware of the registers, I guess it still works. Windows 95 is not aware of the registers at all, so even if your CPU supports SSE2 or SSE1 instructions, it will cause problems on Windows 95. So I had to manually force the just-in-time compiler to not think that there's any SSE. And that's what this SSE break DLL is. Windows changed so little they had to arbitrarily jump the version number from 95 to 98 to 2000. Just cheating. You know, this is my favorite chart. This one, yeah. I mean, how can you argue with that? Clearly, Windows peaked here. Anyway. So as I was saying, yeah. So we've got one down. So if I change this to Cork, that's what I called it. I called my wrapper Cork L. Okay, then Korea's fine. Now we need to open up CoreWorks and figure out why that isn't happy, and recreate that. Oh, sorry, you can't see. I haven't switched back. Okay, so CoreWorks. I could see indeed it uses interlocked compare exchange, I think. I guess I can just search for it. Interlocked compare exchange. Yep, so this certainly needs a patch. I'll patch it here. Okay, but that's not all it needs. We also need to do some other stuff. And I'll use my helper tool again. Where is it? Here. To help me help print what's actually wrong with this DLL. Okay, it's still. Oh, MSVCR 80. Okay, so let's go and reproduce this over here again. Back and forth and back and forth. I know this is not an efficient way of doing it, but I think it's probably the only real way to do it, because just because it's really hard to go back and forth between Windows 95 and like not Windows 95. So I'm gonna grab a stock version of CoreWorks. MS CoreWorks. And I'll call it back, and then load this into the hex editor. This is the one that we're replacing. Done. Okay, and then we also have to patch MSVCR. I wonder if we have to patch all of them. Hopefully not. Who would win, DXVK or Eminem? Well, DXVK, obviously. Alright, here we go. So next we have to, nope, don't do that. We have to do the same thing here because it's looking for another kernel 32 function that we don't have. So if we go back to Windows 95, we say, I guess I could, what I could just do is just make all the changes here and only make changes when I know that they need to be changed. And then later on, I can just grab them all later on. That's probably going to be so much faster. So yeah, right now, and I'll make a text document to write down what we did. Patched kernel 32 in Alright, I'll save that. What did I do? Okay. Now. Oh, and I do the same thing in this one. You know what I really don't like about Windows 95 is that the save doesn't have the Control S keyboard shortcut, so you actually have to like go file save every time. I guess you could do Alt F S, that would do it, but you can't do Control S. That's really annoying. Okay, next is System VCR 80. That's right, we're watching some VHS tapes. Oh, what? Why do we have a dot back? Did I actually do something with this last time? VCR 80. Oh, dot back was probably made by HXD, and this is the original because it's got a 2005 timestamp. So I think we can be reasonably sure this is fine. Okay, so this one I think is again the one we change in MS VCR 80. Now what? What's next? CoreWorks is looking for something in AdVapi. Again, I pronounce it as it's written, AdVapi. Okay, so we go back to CoreWorks and we say AdVapi. Here we go. Patch AdVapi 32 to CoreKel 32 in this CoreWorks. Yeah, I just put these in the same DLL because they're the same length, so there's no reason not to. Okay, done. Now what? Oh, it's looking for an NTDLL thing. Patched NTDLL to Cornt in MS CoreWorks. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. User 32, alright, in CoreWorks, yeah, okay. Patched user 32 to Cursor. Oh, I haven't done it yet. I just wrote about it. Okay, well, in theory, it's not complaining about DLLs anymore. Though, I do think we need to then replace shell wappy to partial and bash. Okay. This really is how I entertain myself when I'm doing this. I just read read what I'm writing, as ridiculous as it is. Okay, well. Cornt. Yeah, I just named everything Core because it's like, if this is like MS Core Works and MS Core E, then this is like, there's like the core versions of those DLLs. So yeah, I just named them all that. Alright. Did I actually not have to do that? If I bring this back to, again, because I want to try avoiding doing anything I don't have to do. Okay, so we might not have actually had to do that. I'll leave it as is then. So now, on to our next DLL, which is MS Core JIT. This one is an annoying one because not only does it have DLLs we need to replace, it also has that SSE shit that I was talking about earlier. Can't use Wine to emulate Windows 95, or is that not the same? It's not the same. Wine is a kind of amalgamation of different versions. Even if you set the OS version, like, it's never going to be 100% accurate to the real OS, and this is all about getting it working on the real OS. Sorry, that was a really long time ago. I've missed a lot of chat because I'm just like, this is like concentration mode right now. SSE thing is funny. Microsoft broke XP and Office 2010 on non-SSE2 in their later years by silently changing their updates to be compiled assuming SSE2 is supported. So not a new problem for Microsoft, it seems. Yeah, I guess not. I guess not. Yeah, so. Okay. Woo! Well, I think we can be pretty sure it loads, yeah, interlocked compare exchange, so that means we're going to certainly need to replace this. And I'll write that down. Patched kernel 32 to... Oh, so I undid this. Just in case we do need to do it later, I won't remove it entirely. Okay. Now what? Alright. Does GAC util run yet? Because it probably won't... Oh, yeah. Oh, what was this one? Oh, I remember this one. I did record everything I did, so I might have to. Oh yeah, the whole system gets torched by this. That's unironically what happens every time. Every time you see this, the whole system gets torched, and you have to reboot. What did I do for this? Hang on, I might actually have to go over my old recordings of, because I basically recorded video of everything I did, so that, you know, when I go to make the video, I can grab the clips and put them in. Yeah, I can go back and just look at what I did. But I genuinely do not remember what I did here. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go over my videos again to see what I did here. I know it's looking for something that's missing, but I don't remember what that was. Can I? Oh, hang on, I have to reboot it. I have to hard reboot. I don't miss the white dialogues of death. They're not good. They are not good at all. My next question is, does GACutil work? Because if GACutil works, then we're pretty damn close. No, not yet. Okay. So I'm gonna go over my old videos real quick and try and figure out. Oh, that's too early. I recorded. There's probably. I actually haven't counted this up. There are several. Probably like 20 hours of video here that I'm gonna have to go through right now. So what was it doing? What was it doing? I know I'm looking at this off stream, but it's just like it's just gonna be quicker to figure it out off stream. Wait, I think I overshot it. Damn it! This is the problem. I have so many like gigabytes of video here. Ah! How did I fix this? Honestly, it might end up being easier to just figure it out again than go through all these hours of video. I love it when 9x shits itself so hard it regresses back to 3.1. Yeah, that is kind of what happens, isn't it? I actually used QEMU to run a Windows 98 VM on a school computer on like a while. Yo, based. Yeah, I do recall that what it's doing is it's basically, the reason why it torches the whole system is because it's looking for a function that doesn't exist, and it looks for it so hard that it overflows the stack and the whole computer gets torched. Yeah, but as soon as we implement that, it's fine. I just don't. I don't remember which one it was. Did I kill the computer? Yeah, but only temporarily. Yeah, this is literally a 4-hour video I'm having to... This is a 4-hour video, and this is one of 41 videos I recorded. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, like I said, it might actually be faster to try and figure this out manually again. What does the log say? Because the log should say something. Yeah. Oh, okay, this is it. No, that was easy. No, never mind. That was really easy actually. It's failing to load Diasim Reader, which is again, it's just another. It's another one of these that you just have to like replace one of the references. Cool, no problem, no problem. I don't know why I wasn't worried. Were you worried? Diasim Reader. I think this is just another another situation of like interlocked compare exchange. Yeah, there it is. So it's just another like kernel 32, just have to replace it with Quark. Okay, hopefully this doesn't torch the system this time. No, not this time. Okay. We should, I think, be able to run GACutil now. Not yet. Okay. Why can't we run GACutil yet, I wonder? Ask your doctor if Diasim is right for you. It does sound like that, doesn't it? Help, I accidentally the entire stack. This when it's looking for Diasim reader. Yeah, so it's no longer torching the stack anymore. Patched kernel 32 to Quark 32 in Diasim reader. I heard torching the system, but we ain't stress testing a CPU to the point of fire. What did I miss? No, I'm just .NET you can sometimes get .NET into a fail condition where it just completely like destroys itself. So where yeah, it just it completely overflows the stack and the entirety of Windows 95 crashes. It's pretty fun actually. What does the log say? If we let's take a look, because I have all this logging here for a reason. So what happens if I run GACutil? What's the log say? Ah, fusion.dll. Great, man! I should just be looking at these all the time. Fusion.dll. It's probably exactly the same thing of looking for interlocked compare exchange. Yes, it is. So. That's just exactly the same thing as before. And we'll write it down. Patched kernel 32 to in Fusion. Save. Okay. Alright, cool. Cool. GACutil works now. Okay. So now I should be able to do, let's test it. I should be able to do stuff like, actually I don't think I can do this yet. I think we also need to patch shell wappy. I think we still need to do that, but I don't remember exactly where we need to do that. So let's start dragging some of these in. What's the first one we need? It's, according to this, it is Visual Basic VSA. Yeah. Okay, so drag that in. Yeah, I think this is the shell wappy stuff, but I don't remember exactly which ones It looks like I did replace CoreWorks, so let's try that real quick. Oh wait, did I have to edit GACutil itself? Surely. I don't... hang on, let's find out. Interesting, okay. Huh. It does look like I edited it in CoreWorks specifically, so let's take a look. CoreWorks. If I edit this and I change it to Corshul. No, didn't. What about in, because it seems like I also did it in MS Core E. That's the only one. How's everyone doing out there? How are we feeling? I'm just like, I'm not even. I feel like I'm just concentrating on this now. How's everyone going? Great. Oh, an ad played when I said that. That's funny. Yeah, I did. I know we can get. I've gotten this working. It's just trying to figure out exactly what I did so that it's like completely reproducible. So I think this exception we're not so worried about because this just means this is from all these not being GAC-utiled yet. But yeah, I've forgotten what I need to do to get GAC-util working. I do seem to remember that GAC-util specifically needed shell stuff. So what if I do this? No. Okay. And I'm a little lost, I have to be honest. I'm not sure what I'm missing here. Visual Studio 97's Professional Edition was $999. Really? It's funny to think about that now, because like now the standard is like all development tools are free. So yeah, it's a funny thing to think that like just to write software at all on Windows back then would have been $1,000. Unbelievable. So that's almost $2,000 today? Bruh. Oofed. Alright. What am I missing? What did I have to do? So let me change all these back, just so I know I'm starting from a common or a known state. What does the log say? That's true. I should check the log. Alright, delete that so we don't have any previous log entries. Log. None of this looks particularly problematic. Got that. URL is W. No, I think URL is L today. Checking it again just to be sure. What did I do here? Because I do remember running into this issue. But what did I change? All right, I'm gonna start looking at my old videos again. Oh, was this the driver patch? Oh god. Oh god, I hope not. Okay. So there's another bit, we need to do some actual, like, assembly editing here. No, wait, no we don't, because I edited it in the way I fixed that was by using wrappers. So actually that should be fine. Could it be the... No, it is not the SSE2 stuff, because that came later. You are L. True. You are Mr. L. x86 assembly. I think we're not doing that just yet. What did I do for GAC-util? Oh, I got GAC-util working. Yeah, in this video, I think. Oh, wait. No way. This might actually, unironically, this might actually be the part where we need to install Internet Explorer 5. Let's try that real quick. I think this is the part where we install IE5. Let's do it and let's see. I think this is it. I looked at my video and I think this seemed to be what I did next. Alright, IE5 time. Let's close everything else. It's alright. What do you mean unable to create directory? Oh, this is HXD. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Get out of here. Oh, then... What? This isn't already IE5, is it? Is it? No. Is it already IE5? Oh, it is. Okay, never mind. We've already got IE5, so it's something later on. It's another thing then. This is the .NET on 95 project. Basically, I'm just I'm reverse engineering what I did and figuring out what is actually critical and what isn't. I'm like retracing my steps basically. Yeah, so I did install IE5 at this point, and what did it do? Was I able to use GACutil yet? Not yet, but why not? When did I start being able to use GACutil? Oh! Hang on, wait, no, not there yet. Yeah, so you can't see it, but in this video, I've opened up GACutil in Ghidra, and I'm seeing what it's trying to do and why it throws this error. And what did I find? I'm still looking at GACutil in a debugger. I know I got it done by the end of this though. Or at least I think I did. Maybe this passes on to the next VOD somehow. What was my actual discovery here? This is so annoying. Going through some of your old videos and the early ones, you were wearing eyeliner. True, correct. Eyeliner. Yeah. It's another 4-hour VOD I'm having to sift through real quick. Alright, I'm not sure. Here's a question. Can I run all the reg tlib stuff. Oh, it's also missing an export. Well, you know what? I'll add it, but I don't. This doesn't feel right as far as like the thing that happened next. I feel like I discovered that this wasn't even necessary at all. Oh, cool. Windows 95 is locked up again. Oh, there it is. It's back. Yeah, I don't actually want Outlook Express or any of that. Alright, I'll write that down as well. Jesus! I'm annoyed that I don't remember what I did here. In reg tlib v12. Mainly a patching testing stream. Yep. Basically. I think I got... Yeah, so by this point, I think I already had all the... I had GACutil working by that point, so I must have gotten it working in this video, specifically. I think it's going to be something really dumb, like... I'm astounded that I can't remember what happened, what I did with Shell Wappy. All right, hang on. Visual, basically. Yeah. Sorry, I'm starting to feel a little defeated at the moment. I know, I'm sure I'll figure this out. It's just like... I should know this. Alright, so... Here's what I'll do. I'll make sure all the reg tlibs are run. I hate how I can't tab in this one. Yeah, maybe this is what I needed. Microsoft.vsa. Microsoft.vsa.vb.code DOM processor. Nice one, DOM. For lib. System and Windows Forms. All right. So let's see if this fixes GAC-util. Probably not. No. Yeah, what's weird about this is that I absolutely remember this being a Shulwappy issue, but then but the problem is I don't know where that actually happened, or like where I patched it. Hang on. What this might be... It might be trolling me with a UTF-16 string. Thanks, Dom. Gonna head to bed now. Thanks for the great time. Hell yeah! Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you liked it. I think. Hang on. Did I? Okay. What were my hacks? There was nothing in. No, I didn't, did I hack, GAC-util? No, I didn't. I didn't edit GAC-util at all. So that means whatever hack I made has to have been to .NET itself. So we have, back here, we have... Yeah, so this is the right Korshel, and according to... I think this must be a UTF-16 issue. Like, it must be. So, if you don't know anything about Windows and Unicode, Windows... okay, in fairness, it wasn't their fault. This is just kind of how it had to be. Windows, when they introduced Unicode, it was 1992, and UTF-8 didn't exist yet. UTF-8 is the version of Unicode that's completely backwards compatible with ASCII before it. That didn't exist yet, so at that point in time, their solution was to use UTF-16, which, rather than 1 byte per character, it's 2 bytes per character. But that introduced an issue because Windows up until that point had been 1 byte per character, or like multi-byte, so like 1 to like 4, somewhere between 1 to 4, and then UTF-16 is like somewhere between 2 to 4. And so starting in like 1992, Windows has always had to support basically 2 forms of strings at any given time: a regular 1 byte per character string and a irregular, or a UTF-16 2 bytes per character string. And then the rest of the world adopted Unicode after UTF-8, so they all still run on 1 byte per character, but Windows's Unicode runs on 2 bytes per character. So, when I'm trying to like search for when does, Shulwappy get called, I'm searching it like single byte, 1 byte per character, but I think it might have been a situation where this had to be 2 bytes per character. I love confusing compatibility explanation. Yeah, it's one of the most annoying things about Windows, and especially writing anything for like cross-platform between Linux and Mac, which are UTF-8, and the internet is also UTF-8 predominantly, and Windows, which is UTF-16. It's the only one that's like predominantly UTF-16, and so you have to write a lot of code that like converts back and forth. If you're writing a cross-platform app, you have to write a lot of code that like converts back and forth between an 8-bit string and a 16-bit string. Very annoying. Very terrible. Like I said, I don't necessarily blame them. They were just like too early. Like they implemented Unicode too early, in a non-backwards compatible way. A rare Microsoft backwards compatibility L that they switched to that they implemented UTF-16, and they have to do it. They've had to hold on to that to this day, and yeah. Thankfully, stuff like .NET, like the strings are you don't have to worry about that in .NET land, but you do have to worry about it in C and C++ land. Mac iOS Objective-C strings of UTF-6, they fixed this in Swift though. Is that true? Objective-C strings of UTF-6? I guess that's fine. Like, because I know if you write C and C++, then it's UTF-8, but I've never written anything in Objective-C, so yeah. So anyway, I guess the point is if you're writing in Objective-C, then at least you're probably only writing for macOS. You don't have to, like, include other things in it, but yeah. Okay, so my guess is that's what I did here, is that one of these DLLs, and I don't know which one it is yet, but one of them references shulwappy, but is a UTF-16 string. That's how I remember this working, or how I remember fixing this. But like the fact that I can't find any, I can't retrace that step yet, makes me think that there's like an extra trick I've missed. All right, I'm searching in Ghidra. I guess I could probably show this. I feel bad that I've shown. There's so much I haven't shown because I was scrolling through videos for such a long time. I think we're gonna find it in here somewhere, and it's gonna be a UTF-16 string. Or not. Okay, maybe not in here. Maybe it's in Core E? Hang on. I hate how. Oh, this is overlaying everything. My bad. I hate how OBS is like this. There we go. Maybe in here? No? Wait, I have to make sure I've searching all blocks. No? No. Wait, I'm still in CoreWorks actually. No, that's not the trick, it doesn't seem. It's just this reference, which I already, like, patched out before. I'm really annoyed that I can't find this. Swift solved this by making it strings everything at the same time. Oh god. I'm really annoyed that I can't remember what I did here, or like the only thing that I can think of that I did is apparently not what I did. Like, yeah, all I did in... All I did according to this, yeah, was just replace this with that, and then... replace this. No, that's wrong. But it still doesn't work. I'm actually really stuck. I actually do not, like... I cannot believe this doesn't work. Like... I'm starting to think maybe I should take a break, because it's just like... I have no idea what this is. I don't even know what this is at this point. Oh, hang on. Wait. No, it's not that. Shrek break. Maybe. Why do I feel like the word Shrek needs to be longer? Like, I mean, I guess if it was an English word, it would probably have a CK at the end instead of just a K. Maybe that's why. I don't have the real Gaku tool. That's okay. Shrek. Yeah, I think maybe you're probably right that if it was an actual English word, they would probably have made it longer. They would probably have inserted more letters in there. Okay, well, honestly, the answer must be staring at me in the face, because like I have my hacked DLLs over here, and so I know what changes I made. I just have to pore over all the changes I made and like figure it out. Yeah. Hang on, let me real quick just restore the original Gaku tool. I don't think any of the changes I made are that important, but yeah. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to look over every change I made and figure it out. Doesn't that sound like fun? Only his friends call him Shrek. His full name is Shrekwood. I mean, that checks out, so I can believe it. Yeah, I'm changing these back because they don't seem to be causing a problem right now. And it's all about trying to figure out what we actually 100% need. Yeah, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna jump back to... Where did it go? Here. Yeah. So we're gonna jump back to here. Alright. I love tedium, boredom. That's basically what you get. You get plenty of that over here at Matt Casey Enterprises. So literally, yeah, I'm just gonna go through all of these, and this will give us a pretty comprehensive look at what I actually changed. And with that, hopefully I'll then know what I did here... I could have written a for loop for this, I just realized. That's okay. Matt Casey Home Edition? What, is that the tedium? Yeah, true. Okay, so that was a rough spot. We're in a rough spot. We're having some problems at the moment, but I think we can figure this out. So, so yeah, these are all the hacked DLLs that I have, and I'll make one for Core E as well. And so yeah, let's just compare these, shall we? All right. So, ooh, this is gonna cause a problem. Let's do it over here. Okay. Oops. So we're gonna compare the old culture.hex to the new culture.hex. What did I change? Literally just renamed kernel 32 to corkel. Okay, easy. What did I do with diasim reader? I assume I did the same thing. Okay. That's the original, and this is the new one. Same thing. Okay, and what do I do with Fusion? Oops, wrong one. Same thing. Casey has eaten cheese before? Oh. I don't know, I don't think I can confirm or deny that. Same thing. And then core works. Wait, I might be being really dumb. Well, we'll see. Oh, this is 22 megabytes. That's huge. Oh, did I compare the wrong things? No, I didn't. Wait, so this is the original here. And then this is the new one. Wow, there's actually a lot of differences here. I wasn't expecting that. What is, like, what's this? True, yeah, the pizza was CGI. There was no cheese on that. It was actually, no, it was vegan cheese, that's it. This is so weird. I didn't touch this at all. Okay, let's use a different... Yeah, let's use this one. I shouldn't have touched any of that. That was really weird. Oops, that's the DLL. I certainly didn't change all of this. Like, unironically, I did not change this stuff. That's so weird. Alright, well... That's like, it's like mind-blowing. But, here's what I'll do. I'm actually really lost with that. With the stuff there, I did not change. I did not change that stuff. Unironically, I did not change it. Here, let me just try something. Well, I mean, this is why it's good to have be checking over this stuff, because it's like, yeah, I really have no idea how that even came to be. But okay, here's my idea. I'm just gonna go through, like, because this is what I did last time, and then. And I also know that, yeah, part of the confusing part here is that it definitely tries to access kernel 32 through a UTF-16 string. You know what this might be? I'm really confused. What this might be is, I wonder if any of the Visual C++ DLLs used... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about this. This is... Like I said, this is why I wanted to like go back over this and make sure I was like... what I was doing was correct, but like now I'm in this really awkward position where there's like there's stuff that I genuinely cannot explain. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to restore that DLL. Yeah. Here, I've got an idea. I'm using a virtual machine. I'll save a state. I'll call it... What the fuck is going on? In all caps. You can't see it, but that's what I called it. And I'm just going to drop in all my hacked DLLs, because these should work. I'm just going to drop them all in and see if that... Actually, what I should be doing is like dropping them in one at a time and seeing if that eventually gets GACutil to work, but if they don't, I mean... There's another plane. I hate how there was a time when DOS key was not default and you have to like go and retype your whole fucking string. Strange. I mean, this should be working at this point. God, I don't know. I mean, now that I've saved the state, so I guess I can just do whatever the hell I want and just try and figure it out. This song is on loop? No? I think we just keep looping the same playlist because this is taking so long. Yeah, I'll play something else. The Almighty Logs, yeah, that might be the go. I certainly don't know what's happening now. Hang on, let's get some new music going on. Here's some lofi beats for everyone. Lofi beats to fuck around with .NET 2. Pretty much, yeah. That is the first one, right? It's oh, for God's sake, stop freezing. I hate when it freezes. Ugh. I don't know how, but I just found out about Knitter from you. This is way better than current Twitter. Yeah, that's like, if you ever need something that like works a little bit better than real Twitter, just change the domain to Knitter. Oh, I hate when this happens so much. I hate when it freezes. Oh, okay, it's back. All right, we're getting there. I hate this shit so much. Again, I think VMware really fucked up their drivers recently. And like, it does stuff like that. It didn't used to. I swear to God, it didn't used to do that. Yeah, they're kecking me right now. Sorry for not talking, I'm just like... I have an idea of sorts. I just wanted to try it real quick. Stick to VMware 16. I have great news. This is VMware 16. They just like, I don't know, they just fucked up the like video drivers for 9X at some point. I don't know when or why, but they did. And it's really annoying. It's very upsetting. Alright, okay, copy, paste. I didn't actually want to paste it and run it. Copy, paste. Oh, you fucking cunt. I hate this shit so much. I hate my life. What have I done to deserve this? I hate everything. I hate... I am going to kill myself right now on Minecraft. Okay, so you know how I've spent probably the last half hour trying to figure out why gakutil doesn't work? Turns out it might have been working this whole time. Because what I was doing is through you know, habit, I just dragged the DLL in and I said like, oh for God's sake. I just dragged the DLL in and I just went okay, and it was like, no. Turns out if I write the full path out correctly, rather than the DOS path that it gave me, wow, what a waste of time. Alright, well, thanks Windows 95. Unironically, I wish I was dead. In Minecraft, of course. I'm always talking about in a video game. 8.3 moment. Yeah. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Oh, fuck. Alright. Well. Anyway, so, okay. At least what we know is... yeah, we should be able to run all of these. Are we ready to roll? I'm not sure yet. We'll find out. Like we're on to the next step essentially. Hang on, I can do better than this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, just gonna run all these. Well, essentially, so where I was, which was, I have a text document here. Up to about here is correct so far. These two, we'll see. I did them, but they may not be necessary. So what I'm gonna do now is just run gakutil on all the assemblies. I can't believe that was like, how many people do you think left the stream? Because they were like, oh, he's just on this forever. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is just paste these in from the host, and all right, so I should be able to save this in this folder. Yeah, call it gak.dat. All right. This was an interesting trick in 9X, the fact you could browse to a folder and then if you ran a command line, it would actually open it in that folder. Like, that's an interesting, I don't know exactly what the thought process was, but it is convenient when so much other, when newer, better things don't exist. This is a really reasonably convenient way to do it. Cool. It's working. We're gacking all the assemblies. Don't ignore all this up here. That's just some more VMware bullshit. All right, ignore that. So Where are we at now? We're still at... Okay, we might now be at... I think we might be at the SSE2 stuff. Let me just double check. I go into Windows and I say... Just make sure this is all in here. It is. Alright. So, what's next? Yeah, I was gonna just see if now we're up to the SSE2 memes. To do that, I'm just going to just throw in a patched DLL that I know doesn't do that. That I know will not throw SSE instructions in there. Not yet. Do I also have to run my the reglib stuff? Reg. Because I feel like I undid this at some point, so just in case. Nope, that's not what I copied. That's what I copied. Okay. Alright, well, which error is this? Let's check the log. Log will probably say something. Ah, no, never mind. I thought I found something, but I didn't. Gacking off. True. I don't think any of these are fatal errors. And we know we've got the SSE2 stuff. So, oh, actually, maybe we don't. Maybe I do need to throw in this as well. Oh, it's frozen again. Anyway, now how's everyone going? I feel like I'm neglecting chat by not even looking. I've been trying to get through all this stuff. Trying to concentrate. Well, technically we've already bypassed the SSE2 stuff because I just dropped in a pre-patched DLL. I'm just trying to figure out exactly... Oh god, what's happening now? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out exactly what's throwing this exception. Because the assemblies appear to be in the right place now. They all look right. Yeah, we got like Windows form and stuff like that. Very late to this party, .netting good. We're getting there. Getting there. Essentially, yeah, what I'm doing is I'm retracing my steps as far as, Yeah, as far as like getting .NET working on Windows 95 and trying to make sure that I know exactly what I did, which has been a bit of an issue so far. I've run it. We've had a couple times where I haven't been sure exactly what I did, but that's kind of what we're doing now. We're kind of figuring that out as we go. I do have a here. I do have some smaller. No. Alright, I'm gonna save state again. Because yeah, what are we failing on now? Whereas Microsoft, as a joke, contacts him after he finishes the whole thing and says we have a version. I mean, they might have an internal version. I'm not going to say they don't. I don't know if they'd ever release it though, which is why it is up to. It's time for me to do what only I can do, which is this apparently. So I made a snapshot. I'm gonna revert back to blank slate, test my old setup again, because this old setup is not quite. It doesn't quite have everything, but it was my common jumping off point. So this, at least with this, I should know how to get where I was before. Okay, so what does rebuilder say right now? Same sort of thing. I do also have a state of it working, so I always have that to cross-reference. Yeah. I think what I have to throw in is this. I have to break the SSE2 when it works, when it actually does it. There we go. It's really helpful to be doing this in a VM with states, I have to say. Like, it's just so useful. Okay, so we're kind of in the same sort of situation. So what did I do next? Here's a... No. Because I would have put it here if I had. What was the last thing I did? So I also patched these DLLs. I'm just gonna do a shotgun approach and just try and see if I can restore the previous state. Not yet. Damn, this is actually significantly more complicated than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be relatively easy to figure this stuff out, but it's causing me more trouble than I expected. Huh. And we do have the right version of IE5. That's what I thought when I was born. True. Damn, I must have done something that I did not document at all. Okay, well, we're going to jump to another snapshot, which is .NET working. This is the one setup where I know it works. You can see rebuilder loads. I've built a small WinForm. I've built a couple of them. So this is the setup where .NET confirmed works, except for this. This is something I still need to fix. So, what did I do? How's it going? It's it's a tough time here at KC Enterprises. I'm having a little bit of difficulty retracing my steps. I mean, it's good that I'm trying to. This is why I wanted to, but yeah, I'm having to do it right now. And I'm thinking maybe I'll come back to it another time, because I'm starting to feel a little bit tired. Joe, get back on track sooner or later. Thanks, I appreciate the kind words. Okay, what files did I actually patch here? I patched all of these. Oh, these are not supposed to be here. Just to make sure, did I break something by doing that? No, I didn't. Okay, so... So, these files... This is probably how I should have done it to begin with, to be honest. I should have just looked at the system itself, what I changed, and then worked backwards from there. I don't think I made any changes to that. Holy shit. Oh, a lot of these DLLs got changed, like, recently. That's weird. Yeah, so I guess all of these I changed. Let me grab a screenshot of these. So hang on, I'll select them so I know. Someday I'll have OBS permanently record my screen so I can finally know what the undocumented hell I did between attempts. I did do that. I did record everything I did, but the problem is that, well, yeah, the problem is that there's like 20 plus hours of video there, and trying to sift through it and find the exact moment that I did, you know, whatever, that's a tough one. It's tough. Like, especially because I don't want to be just, I don't want to be sitting here and like not saying anything for like half an hour while I'm trying to track the clip down. I do want to try to like keep talking to you guys, but yeah, it's tough. Even when I recorded everything, like there's still stuff that I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a screenshot of this because what I'm thinking of doing is just dropping in these. Yeah, just dropping in these changed DLLs, because I know I changed them. And just seeing what happens. Facts. Most of these are not mine at all. I didn't touch these at all, but... So yeah, I'm thinking if I drop in these DLLs, it might just work. What that's going to mean is I'm going to have to shut down this VM, and I'm going to just hard power it off because I have save states everywhere. And which snapshot is this? It's yeah, I think I might take a break and get off stream in a bit. But I just want to try this one last thing. I'll get back to this probably like tomorrow or something. But yeah, I'm just really surprised that I'm having this much trouble with it. All right, I had to I had to shut it down so that I can. This is the fastest way I have to get files from Windows 95 here, is to literally shut it off and then mount the virtual disk drive. I haven't found a more efficient way yet. In a period of time, I kept accidentally recording my desktop with OBS for weeks. That ate up hard drive space fast. Yeah, it's several gigabytes worth of data for sure that I've gotten there. Oh, this isn't the right one. Chipping away for hours while tired doesn't help too much rest up. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I feel like I might be getting towards the end of my usefulness. Yeah, the issue I'm running into now is I made a lot of snapshots, and I'm not sure which one is which. I thought I could just pick the one that was most recently modified, but apparently that's not it, because it doesn't have the files I wanted in it. But, like, there's nothing else it could have been. Damn, I thought I'd won over .NET, but .NET still had one more round in it. Oh, okay. So this is correct. It's just... Ugh. All right. They should all be the same. Okay, back into Windows 95. We'll get the right snapshot up. Oh, hang on. It's still mounted, yeah. All right, this is my last thing I'm gonna try for today. I don't care. I'll just jump back to the snapshot. If it doesn't work, I have no idea what's going on, and come back and figure it out later. If it does work, I have some of an idea of what's going on. Alright, I have no idea what's going on. That was easy. Yeah, I have no idea. Genuinely, yeah, I don't know what the situation is right now. Like what it's not getting right now. I mean, I assume it's not getting something, but I don't know what it is. What's frustrating is I've done this before. I literally did this. The only problem is I don't remember what I did. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what this is. I really thought this would solve it. Like this would do something. Yeah. Like, what I can't figure out is just like I feel like I've done everything that I did. Evidently not, but I don't know what. I cannot even think what what I'm missing at this point. Run a diff between the working snapshot and the broken one. I don't know if that would help though, because it's like, I mean, there's probably certain diffs that I could do, yeah, but like, the snapshot, I think these disk images are compressed, so they might just show me like random bullshit. But I mean, some kind of file diff might be in order at some point. Anyway, I know I'll figure it out. I figured it out once before, I can do it again. Yeah, it's just a matter of... I'm just astounded that this didn't work. And I'm going backwards again. That my uneven floor is rolling me backwards again. Yeah, you can contact me by email. I don't know if I'll have any time to look at anything, any like new project, but yeah, you can definitely email me, and I can take a look. Okay, well, Jesus, I think it's time to go. I will be back. I think I might be back tomorrow. Try and finish this off. Yeah. I think if I come back to it rested and with a new eyes, I think I'll have a much better time. I think I'll be able to figure it out. Anyway, what happened to using QEMU? I still use it. It's just VMware gives you the benefit of being able to drag and drop files into it. I mean, nothing happened to using QEMU. There's no like conspiracy here. It's just VMware gives you drag and drop. So, all right. So, is there anyone I should raid? Why not VirtualBox? I think I found VirtualBox doesn't work as well as VMware in like just about every category. But you know, that's just me. That's just my experience. Anyway, pretty sure you can with Spice, but does Spice support Windows 95? Yeah, VirtualBox has a bit of that like open source clunkiness to it, I feel like. That's the that's my experience, but yeah. Anyway, trying to see if there's anyone I should raid. They're like, I have some people that there are people that I watch that are streaming right now, but not people that are like my friends. So I feel like I tend to only like to stream my friends nowadays. So, oh, VirtualBox support for 9x is extremely poor. That doesn't surprise me. That kind of fits in. I don't know if I remember doing it specifically or using that specifically in that circumstance, but it lines up with my experience. Anyway, yeah, I think we'll just finish off. Alright, see you guys next time. Again, I'll probably be on tomorrow trying to fix this stuff up, because like this is kind of like this is kind of like the next thing for me to do. This is like the next thing, my next goal. So yeah, I'll probably be back tomorrow finishing this off. Alright, see ya. Just raid a random person. Alright, you know what? Let's raid a random person. Actually, no, it's not a random person. I will raid someone on my follow list. Keep in mind, this person has no idea who I am. So, yeah, so don't bother them with like, do you know Matt? No, they don't. Alright, I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.